If you can please let us know if we have a quorum and who are present this morning.
Senator Ada, Senator Agun, Senator Blas, Senator Calvo, Senator Cruz, Senator Espaldon, Senator Gutherts, Senator Munia Barnes, Senator Palacios, Senator Penglinen, Senator Rector, Senator Respicio, Senator Taitagui, Senator Tenorio, Speaker Wampin.
I'm here.
Madam Speaker, wish to report there are only 5 present in the session hall.
Okay, thank you very much. Ni mina ben mina tenta na legislature in Guam is called to order. We are in motion. Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a few legislative concurrences to move into the voting file. From the Committee on Appropriations, Taxation, Banking, Insurance, Retirement, and Land, on the appointment of Mr. Danilo Ambrapadas to serve as a member of the Guam Banking Insurance Board with a recommendation to confirm. I move that that be placed in the voting file.
On the motion without objections, so ordered.
Also from the same committee, on the appointment of Ms. Alfreda Artero Ada to serve on the same board, I move that that be placed in the voting file.
On the motion without any objections, so ordered.
Thank you. From the Committee on Economic Development, Health and Human Services and Judiciary, on the appointment of Dr. David L.G. Shimizu to serve as Director, Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse with that committee's recommendation to do confirm, I move that that be placed in the voting file.
On the motion without any objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the same committee, on the appointment of Mr. Francis P. Camacho to serve as a member of the Guam Economic Development Authority Board, and also with a recommendation to do confirm.
On the motion without any objections, so ordered.
From the same committee, on the appointment of Mr. Arnold C. Jose to the same board, with that committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that it be placed in the voting file.
On the motion without any objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the Committee on Municipal Affairs, Aviation, Housing, and Recreation, on the appointment of Mr. Jose Guevara to serve as a member of the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority Board, with that committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that that nomination be placed in the voting file.
On the motion without any objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From your Committee on Education, on the appointment of Mr. Marcos Fong Guevara to serve as a member of the University of Guam Board of Regents, with your committee's recommendation to confirm, I move that that be placed in the voting file.
On the motion without any objections, so ordered.
The same from your committee on the appointment of Ms. Gina Ramos to the Guam Community College Board of Trustees, with your committee's recommendation confirmed, I move that that be placed in the voting file.
On the motion then without any objections, so ordered.
Final motion, Madam Speaker, from the Committee on Guam Military Buildup and Homeland Security, on the appointment of Mr. Dennis Santo Tomas to serve as Director of Customs and Quarantine Agency.
On the motion without any objections, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Tenorio, you're recognized.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a motion, just go back to motions, to add a resolution to the second reading file, if there's no
We
objection
are in
notwithstanding.
motion.
Oh, we are in the motions? All right. I thought we were in the legislative concurrence.
No, he placed names on legislative concurrence.
Oh, I see. All right, so as we're in motions, Madam Speaker, I move to place Bill Resolution Number 43 LS, which I discussed yesterday with regards to the automatic inclusion of members. That's the gist of the resolution, as a default to place members' names on certificates and resolutions, as opposed to a default to not include them. And that has been introduced to the legislature. I'd like to place that at the bottom of the second reading.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Please state your point of order.
Not only do we not have copies of that resolution has not yet been referred by the Committee on Rules to the Committee on Rules. So I ask that in deference to the Rules Committee, the Senator just wait until that process takes its course.
Madam
Thank
Speaker, on this matter, the resolution in its substantive form has already been approved or has been signed off on several members of the legislature, two of which were excluded on previous resolution, and was the basis of my comments yesterday with regards to commendatory and condolence resolutions. And I'm trying to correct something before. I don't know how long the Committee on Rules is going to act on this. It's a simple administrative housekeeping matter, unless there is an objection to placing it on the standing rules or on the second reading.
I think that issue was addressed yesterday, whereby a letter was sent to the clerks that the individuals are not part of the Committee on Rules and that their names be automatically placed. So the clerks they were informed, I know verbally, but a letter should come from legal counsel.
So am I made to understand then
So
that
temporarily, you're right. is that with the request that the three senators be placed on all resolutions and certificates.
Of that nature.
Yes.
So then I
and,
will withdraw my motion at this time pending the outcome of the Committee on Rules meeting on that.
Thank you. Senator Respicio.
And just additional clarification, Madam Speaker, I don't intend to be difficult, but any changes to the standing rules, regardless of what that change is, ought to be considered substantive and must go through the Committee on Rules process. I know, but the remedy that the senator is bringing forward is to simply write a letter to the clerk advising the clerk that you'd like to be on all resolutions and all certificates going forward. And so that's the remedy, rather than trying to ramrod a resolution to change our rules.
Thank
Point
you.
of personal privilege, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Yes, it is well.
Madam
taken.
Speaker, I don't appreciate the tone or the sentiments that were just expressed. We're not trying to ramrod anything here. We're simply trying to correct something which I think represents all the people of Guam. All 15 of our senators here were voted at large to represent the people of Guam, and the point was to make sure that when these type of resolutions and condolence or congratulatory nature are sent out to the people of Guam, there should be a default provision to include all members of that same legislature.
Your
And
point,
so-
your point of order is duly noted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. We are still in motions. So are there no other motions? So then we're going to move down then to the second reading file. So Senator Uggan, then you are recognized.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move for the placement of Bill number 51 COR as presented and reported by the committee, which is still in its original format, be placed on the third reading for voting, and that we move to the committee of the whole to discuss this particular matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the motion, I think everyone, it's in its original form, so. Yes,
Madam Speaker, if I can just respond to
Yes,
that.
please.
I know there was an inquiry as to where the bill is in the committee report. I will provide that it's my understanding that anyone that would like to request copies of the reports of the legislation, they were encouraged to bring their laptop up. Unfortunately, as you can see, my desk does not have a laptop yet, so I'm still in the process of acquiring one. But the good former Speaker, Ben, has requested copies of the report, and based on that request, it will be provided to him very shortly.
Point
Thank you, Madam
of
Speaker.
information, Madam Speaker.
please state your point of information.
Thank you. The request was only involving the committee report, but the clerk's office was aware that the most recent bill or resolution be presented to the senators on the floor. So if the bill was amended, it would be the most most recent bill, whether it was amended or substituted. But in this case, Bill 51 is in its original form. So we think that each member should be given a copy of the bill. The committee report, however, will not be photocopied, and it'll be available online.
I'm
Senator
sorry,
Pangilinan.
Madam Speaker. I maybe because I'm the oldest one in here, but I definitely would like to request that I get a hard copy of the bill and the committee report on my desk at session.
I think that was the case where, yes, all those with laptops, you're able to access it, but we are also making one copy available in the back of the room, and if there are any members who would like to request for their own individual personal copy, that you can request for those.
That's
as well.
correct.
So, can you please let then our the pages know if you need a copy, a personal copy, so that we don't make more than 15 copies, and only for those who would like to request for a copy. Thank you, Senator.
Madam
Lawrence, you're
Speaker,
recognized.
just a point of clarification or inquiry based on that note. Would that be for all the bills that are going to henceforth come through, or is that just for this bill today? Because if that's a personal request, then some of us would like to make that, carry it on as a motion, or
It's for all the bills and resolutions, so if you would like to have the entire set, then please let one of the pages know. And
Okay.
they'll get you your personal copy. Okay, so we are, Senator Uggan, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe the motion is in order.
Okay,
For
so
it to be
then,
abstained.
so the motion is to place Bill 51 on third reading, but to resolve in the committee of the whole, so that then we can bring in individuals. And so we'll just take only a 1-minute recess then. So there's no objection to that. Senator Cruz, you're raising your hand.
Madam Speaker, will we be able to make preliminary comments before we go into the committee on the whole, or are we?
My understanding, at least, is that the chairman is going to allow everyone to make brief remarks at the beginning before we proceed. So we will take, in this case, it's practically set up. We just need to exchange seats so that we would just recess for a minute.
It should be. It should be. If not, we'll provide you a copy. Good morning, Senators. The Committee in the Whole is now called to, Committee of the Whole is now called to order. And just to, so that in fact everyone understands exactly what the rules of engagement will be, this is how we will proceed. First of all, just to share with you, the individual to my immediate left is Ms. Frances Lizama. She's the committee director who has worked this committee report as well as some of the activities of the committee. In terms of the format that we would be proceeding with, I will allow for members of this body to initiate discussion on this with brief remarks up to 5 minutes, and the good speaker has been very kind to provide me with a time clock, so that we can in fact stay within those restricted time frames. Then I've also extended an invitation, of which many of you received copies, if not all of you received copies of that communication, to the Governor of Guam as well as to the GITA officials to make themselves readily available. I requested their presence here at 10 a.m. this morning, and hopefully they'll be joining us very shortly. Now, I've also extended an invitation to make themselves available, should the request and the requirement be forwarded by members of this body, of the receiver and of the AG's office. Now, by virtue of, upon the conclusion of the 5 minutes general comment section, we will proceed with analyzing the legislation on a section-by-section basis, where every senator who has a comment or has a concern or has a proposed amendment will be entertained at that point in time, and we will still be allotted that 5-minute constraint. General comments, that was shared with you a little earlier. Now, there's been a suggestion that in fact we proceed rather than just arbitrarily calling people in, that I entertain a motion on the floor to bring in respective individuals to discuss this particular matter. So I will move in that particular direction. And then also, we will have everyone that will be providing testimony sworn in this morning and for the duration of the discussion of Bill number 51. Now, looking at Bill 51, a committee report was filed last Friday afternoon before the close of business. And if you take a look at it, it does provide for several recommendations, of which this body is up to this body to consider. But outside of that, Bill number 51 was provided in its introduced format to this legislative body, so that we can begin with what the Chief Executive, what the Governor of Guam has submitted to this legislative body. But I believe if you look at the committee report, it's fairly detailed in terms of the comments and the nature of the discussions during the public hearing. And then also the legislation is self-explanatory in terms of the direction that the executive branch has forwarded to this body. Also, for purposes of discussion, the legislation was received about 2.5 weeks ago, of which the following Monday it was introduced on late afternoon on Thursday. The following Monday we had an general informational meeting in which we invited representatives from the administration to be able to discuss the contents of this legislation. 1 week thereafter, we had the public hearing, which was last week, Monday, and then today we are proceeding with the discussion of Bill number 51 in its present format before this legislative body. There have been some questions about the timeliness of the action of this body, and I think that based on legislative timeframes, that's a fairly expedited approach in terms of addressing Bill number 51. Outside of that, any questions on the rules of engagement? Swearing in of personnel, motion to entertain individuals who are going to be brought before this body to provide comments, and then 5 minutes per individual exclusive of the general discussion section. Senator Tenor, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, which individuals are you envisioning calling to the Committee of the Whole? I'm certain presumptions come to mind. The Attorney General.
The Office of the Attorney General was alerted to the fact that we were going to be entertaining this legislation, I'm sorry, Senator Tenorio, on the floor, and that should their request come from the body or the committee that they make themselves available on the floor, then there was a request to make sure that they're available. Now, also, likewise with the receiver was sent an invitation, or was extended an invitation and requested to make himself available, and he has assured us that he's only within walking distance if, in fact, the request of the body is there. That's second. The official request was because this legislation originated from the front office, that the invitation was extended to the governor to be inclusive of his chief of staff, to be inclusive of the executive manager for the Guam Economic Development Authority, and then all of the financial advisors that would have direct input in terms of the legislation and the borrowing capacity and the market conditions. So those are the individuals that were extended general open invitations to participate in the discussion today.
So heretofore, who is actually going to be here? Who is going to be at this
It is
committee of the
my,
whole?
thank you, Senator Tenorio. It's my understanding that the chief of staff will be here, the general manager for GIDA, as well as the financial advisor for GIDA, and then the bond underwriter representative for this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tenorio. Any other questions or comments? Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a procedural question.
Sure.
You mentioned we're going to be doing this section by section. If we had any amendments to this bill, would we have to make all these amendments during our 5-minute allotment? It'll be
Section by section. So if we go to section 1 and you have an amendment, then you can propose your amendment at that time. If you have an amendment for section 3, Senator Respicio, then that can be brought up when we proceed to section 3.
So then you would recognize us on each
Absolutely.
section? Okay,
Absolutely. To try to make sure that we move, I guess, with some sense of order in this entire process, what it will be is on any motion or any amendment, everyone will be given an opportunity to be able to generally comment if you would like to. And then if there's any follow-up requests for a follow-up comment on that particular amendment, it will be entertained on a case-by-case basis, as long as it's not a regurgitation of what was previously discussed. Senator Respicio, have you concluded your question? Thank you, Senator Respicio. Any other questions on the format of this particular proceeding? Senator Tenorio, you're recognized
I
again.
just want to be clear in your rules that as we go section by section, you're talking about all opportunities to discuss that section once concluded, excuse me, once finished, concluded. When you go to the next section, you will not be returning to the previous section.
We will not be returning to the previous section with one exception. If the proposed amendment in subsequent sections would directly impact a provision in, let's say, section 2, then obviously it would only make prudent sense to entertain that amendment and perhaps simultaneously, I don't want to say simultaneously, but concurrently entertain the other amendment that would affect a different section that we had previously discussed, so that we don't directly go back to section 2 per se.
So, okay,
Yeah,
so
so-
you're only going to entertain changes to previous sections as it relates to changes in a subsequent section
Correct.
that affect the previous one. All right,
Yes,
thank you.
Senator Tenorio, you're correct. Any other questions or comments? If not, please signify if by any chance you would like to participate in the general comments, the brief comments section on bill number or presentation on bill number 51. The first individual that will be recognized is the chair of the Department of Public Works, who deals directly with the oversight over DPW. Senator Tom Hatta, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know normally in the Committee of the Whole we make our remarks seated, but I feel I need to stand up to do this. I believe that the debate on Bill 51 this morning and the next following several days can go in many directions. We could stand up and talk about voice our objections to the Federalists about what is perceived by some as being pushed around. We could also debate further the issues of supremacy regarding the district court judge and cannot tell the legislature what to do. We could advocate the position that since the military opened the ORDOT dump, they should close it. Others argue that ORDOT has remaining capacity greater than what the receiver has told the court, and therefore does not warrant the $1 million a week cash payments that the court is ordering. Then there's the issue of affordability, that Guam cannot afford a $160 million landfill, and so we really need to take pause and take a look for less expensive alternatives. And then there's the debate about the location for the new landfill. And what about the COLA and the EITC? It seemed that it was just yesterday that those were very hot issues, and they're still hot issues today, and just as legitimate today as they were yesterday. And as in any political arena, I fully expect that compromises are most likely going to have to be made. to at least acknowledge the validity of those particular issues. What will those compromises be? That remains to be seen. The landfill debate has been ongoing for approximately 2 decades now. The first administrative notice we got was July of 1990. That was followed by another notice in September of 1997. And then finally in February 2004, the government of Guam and the US EPA sat down and entered into a consent decree which basically acknowledges the fact that yes, there is a need to open up a new landfill and to close ORDOT without admitting any kind of liability on anybody's part. And also, on top of that, that by May 2004, 5 years ago, we were supposed to have submitted a financial plan. Gov Guam did not miss the mark by just a few months. It missed it by over a year. Debate is healthy, but the longer the debate, particularly this one, continues, the greater will be the economic impact to our community. Already strapped for cash, further inaction will result in Gov Guam falling short by an additional $4 million per month. Inevitably, public services will have to be curtailed, many of which are critical to the health and welfare of our community. But after all this debate, and after all the finger pointing is done, 2 facts will remain true. A new landfill must be constructed, and ORDOT must be closed. I want to take a moment to also express my feelings about the censure of the previous legislatures by the court in its recent order. And I'm quite miffed that the court went to the extent that it did to point a blaming finger to the legislature. And for whatever reason that the previous legislatures put up a challenge, be that as it may, we must move on to achieve resolution. I will support the opening of a new landfill and the closing of ORDOT, but not without some modification to Bill 51. And I ask my colleagues to consider moving in the following direction. One is that we provide authorization to issue bonds for the total amount needed to complete construction of the landfill at Luzon, as stipulated in the consent decree. However, we've got to stipulate that the bonds are to be issued in a series, which Bill 51 stipulates, but in the lowest amounts possible until interest rates become more favorable. And thirdly, funds need to be authorized to hire professional services to prepare specifications for a bid invitation to interested private investors. A second part of Bill 51 proposes a lease back, however you cut it, it's some form of public-private partnership. But we need to have professional services who can develop the specifications, put the package together, issue it out for bid, evaluate the bids that are received, and then come back to the legislature and the governor and to make their recommendations if in fact there is a less expensive alternative. Now, the bid package that I'm suggesting certainly does not limit it to Luzon. If an investor comes in and proposes an alternative location and something that is certainly more affordable and is feasible within the stipulated timetables of the consent decree, then certainly we should consider that. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to state my position, and I look forward to the dialogue that will ensue.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. At this point of time, if I can recognize Senator Judy Gutherts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm very pleased that we're assembled here today to begin the process to discuss Bill 51. But I'd like to appeal to the people of Guam who are able to please watch these proceedings carefully and listen to the discussions and listen to the presentations that will be made and the questions that will be asked in the Committee of the Whole. It's important, Mr. Chairman, for the people of Guam to understand what the real issues are in closing the ORDOT dump and in building a new landfill. And for them to know why so many senators have been so concerned about the direction the federal court has taken on this matter. For myself, I have nothing against the Honorable Judge Gatewood. I have nothing against the court. But I have a responsibility as a member of this legislature to look out for the best interests of the people of Guam today and tomorrow, and to ensure that we do not inherit horrendous debt that will affect the lives of generations to come unwarrantedly. Yes, I have been very aggressive in opposing some of the actions of the court because I believe the court is moving in a direction that does not consider all alternatives that present merit to help us resolve this solid waste issue. And so I want to ask the people of Guam to carefully listen and watch their senators as we discuss and debate all the issues relevant to the closure of the ORDOT dump and the opening of the landfill. I'm not ready to give in to the court's demands and to be held hostage to the demands of the court at the expense of our people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Gutters. Vice Speaker Cruz, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect, the committee report that you provided may have been thorough in what had happened at the hearing, but the problem was that that hearing was not thorough. There were gaping holes in that, and I know some of you laughed at me when I demanded the resignation of the GIDA director at the time because he couldn't answer the one question, how much is this going to cost us? He was holding the report from the GBB, the receiver, of how much it was going to cost at 5.99%. And I wanted to know how much it was going to cost us to underwrite this bond at 9%. There's quite a difference between 5.99% and 9%, Mr. Chairman. And I wanted to know what the amount was, and they couldn't answer it. I was very upset about that. About 2 days later, we met at GIDA. They called us in, and they provided us with a report of how much it was going to cost. And then this morning, Mr. Chairman, they had the nerve to fax to my office a more recent comparison study. As we're going into session, I get a comparison study that I asked about last Monday. And they expect us to pass legislation that's going to affect our people for the next 30 years. The reason why I wanted to have these charts up is I wanted the people to understand how much it was going to cost. Because I read the October 24th report from GBB, and the 5.99%, $160 million bond, according to him with the debt service, was going to cost $472,002,040.13 when we finally paid it off with all the debt service. But when I finally went to GIDA last week and got this, they provided us this first study. They provided and said that a 30-year at 9% was going to cost us $577,035,729. I wanted a comparison study because I wanted to know, was I willing to go up as high as 9%? Was I going to stop at 8%? Was I going to demand it at 7%? Or was I going to ask for it at 6%? If the 5.99 cost $472, I wanted the comparison study so that I could make an informed decision. I'm not going to talk about all the other issues. You've all heard me on the news as critical as I've been. I'm just asking about the cost to the people of Guam. $577 million in 9 years. I mean, in 30 years at 9%. That means we will pay $400 million in interest payments to service this bond over the next 30 years. For a 30-year loan, according to the report that was given to me last week, at 8%, I believe that was 7.9%, it was going to cost $489 million for $420,683, about a savings of 9% by about a 1.1% difference. Then they also presented us with this last week, that if we did a 20-year note, that it would only cost us $353,818,538 to service it over a 20-year period at 7.3%. That looks much better to me. We would only be doubling the cost that we're borrowing on the bond market at $160 million. But the thing is that Bill 51, and we're being told we have to pass it as it was submitted to us at 9%. I cannot, in good conscience, as an elected official with a fiduciary duty to protect the government funds of our people, agree to pay $400 million in interest payments over the next 30 years to satisfy this consent decree. And then to add insult to injury, what was faxed to me this morning was what I asked for last week. It only took a week for everybody to get it to me. But they did a comparison study, and I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to blow it up, of a comparison study between 6%, 7%, 8%, and 9%. And according to this new report that I got this morning, 6% over the 30-year period would cost $382 million, $343,175. Now, with all due respect to the people that put this out this morning and GBB, I am having a very difficult time understanding why a 5.99%, according to GBB in October, 5.99% with debt service was going to cost $472,002,040. I wish I could show you the difference. I mean, they're saying at 6%, it's 382. 382, and GBB is saying 472. There's a $90 million difference in a 5.99 and a 6% bond. Why the difference? How can you possibly ask me to vote on anything when just on that one issue of a 6% interest and a 5.99% interest, you're giving me two different numbers of which there's a difference of $90 million. If I go with what Gita gave me this morning, it's $382 million for 6%. If we go with GBB's, it's $472 million. That's $90 million difference. How much is it going to cost us? That's all I'm asking. I'm not going to ask the questions that Senator Adams raised or continue the questions that Senator Guthertz. I've raised those questions on the radio. They belong outside. But on this floor, we have a responsibility to ask how much it's going to cost us. At 7%, it's $447 million. At 8%, it's $522 million. And at 9%, it's $587 million. It's different, $10 million from last week. It's 9 and 10%. It's still 9%. I can't even get two answers from the same people in 1 week that comes out the same. Last week they said 9% was going to cost $577. Today they tell me it's $577. Today it's $587. How much is it going to cost our people? I cannot vote on this bill today unless I get some answers, and it's not because I'm have any other issues with the court. It's just my fiduciary duty with the people, and I think that a difference and asking us to pay $400 million is an impeachable offense to agree to do. So please don't ask and expect that I'm going to vote for 51 as was introduced by the chief executive. Until he can get his people to tell me why 9% costs $10 million difference between last week and this week, and why 6% costs $90 million difference between October 24th with GBB and them today, I am not voting for any bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Speaker Cruz. Senator Palacios, you're recognized on Bill number 51. Also, if I can, before you proceed, Senator Palacios, Vice Speaker Cruz, if I can just request that a copy be made of that document that you were reading off of, the most recent, just so that our colleagues can be on the same page, please. Thank you, Vice Speaker Cruz. Senator Palacios, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we meet here today, this morning, actually to consider Bill 51, which is a proposal to finance, of course, the new landfill and to close the ordered dam. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear that we're not here to debate the best location for the next landfill. The time has passed for that. We're not here to debate the validity of the decision or the authority of the district court judge as to the implementation of the consent decree or as to the enforcement of the consent decree. That's a done deal. We're not here to debate any other thing that is not about financing the landfill issue. Mr. Speaker, we meet here today to debate how best to finance the closure of the ordered dam and the construction of the new landfill. Just one single issue, and that's what it's all about. The alternative, if this body failed to adopt a satisfactory financing mechanism, the alternative comes March 1st would be layoff. That's a reality, Mr. Chairman. Decrease public services, because of course when you lay off people that will perform those services would have to be diminished. Reduce work hours. The lesser of the evils is to find a financing mechanism rather than face layoffs. I read well and I understand the judgment with respect to the $1 million a week to be taken out of circulation of what is already budgeted to run the government for FY09. $1 million less a week would spell disaster, and we know that. And I believe that. The judgment is, the clock is ticking for the enforcement of such judgment. The financing is a mechanism that will suspend such judgment. I read the decision. It is not, if you don't pass Bill 51 or a version like it, then we will collect $1 million a week. The judgment is we will collect $1 million a week unless something acceptable to this court is come up. Now, I know when a fight is winnable. In my opinion, this fight is not winnable. Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to do all that is necessary, of course, within my power to facilitate that process, which is the closure of the ordered dam and the financing of the new landfill. And I'm prepared to listen to the expert, and that's what I'll do today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Senator Palacios. Anyone else who would like to provide general comments on Bill number 51? Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would accept that we're here today to discuss how we are going to comply with a court order set out by this consent decree process. We're also going to discuss how we're going to finance the decision on how to close the ORDOT and open up a sub-D, Title sub-D, a properly permitted municipal solid waste facility. But in the course of discussing these issues, I'd like for us to also spend some time discussing all the inconsistencies in the cost estimates, not only the cost estimates of how much this bond would cost at a 9% finance rate, but also the cost estimates of how much it'll cost to construct the landfill at Lejeune and close ORDOT dump. We've seen DPW Director Larry Perez provide his own department's cost analysis, which is one half the cost of what Mr. Manning is projecting as an expenditure. You know, it's very appropriate that this issue comes down to your committee, the Committee on Economic Development and Bonds, and how to finance this, because at the end of the day, everything comes down to money. It does. And from the beginning of this process, which we've challenged the administration and asked them why are they so hell-bent on going down this road to put a landfill, to have it government financed when there are other private sector solutions. We've seen that once the administrator of EPA was removed, or they had an administrative hearing officer conduct the proceedings between the private company and the Environmental Protection Agency, we've seen the permitting application for that permitting process be expedited. We've also seen in that process, Mr. Chairman, the Attorney General's office referred to the legislative rules as jungle rules, and I took it as an affront to this branch of government. And I'm still waiting for the Attorney General to really respond to this body to see if those are the kinds of behaviors that she deems acceptable. Well, the administrative hearing officer came back and said the legislature certainly has the right to make certain decisions and to make certain pronouncements and pass certain bills, and once they become law, the agencies don't have any option of whether or not to follow these laws. They have to follow it unless someone challenges it and the court rules otherwise. We are talking about $160 million on paper, but it's going to be translated to $577 million worth of debt. And while the good senator from Manila said that we've gone through decades of discussions, sometimes when I make my decision, it's based on historical perspective. And as we invite the administration officials in and get a better idea of what this financing would cost, I'd like to also invite DPW in so we can also see whether or not the cost estimates being provided to this legislature by the receiver are accurate. No one seems to be challenging Mr. Manning. Mr. Manning and the court obviously agreed that when we moved the recycling revolving fund from DPW to EPA, the court kind of, in the chief judge in her order, said the legislature kind of gave tacit approval to increasing the tipping fees because we moved the recycling revolving fund from one agency to another. You know, that whole intent of the recycling revolving fund was not to subsidize the operations of a new landfill. We're reviewing those expenditures right now, and Mr. Manning has used that money to buy uniforms. Can you imagine how outraged the people of Guam would be if they were to go through and itemize and audit his handling of that fund? Every time we register our vehicles, we're asked to pay a little bit more with the promise that we're going to have true recycling programs and have this a private sector effort. But Mr. Manning just got a hold of that fund with the court's approval and the court's order, and have spent money beyond what that fund was intended for. And so when we move the fund from one agency to EPA, where it rightfully belongs, the court comes down very hard on the legislature and not only chastises us, but tells us that, we've also agreed to increase the tipping fees. I think the legislature has been put in a very bad light because the administration presents its position to the court, which is in concert to the receiver, and the judge just accepts whatever the receiver tells her. And there's really no check and balance. And when we want to hold people accountable for their actions, the better defense from the administration is that we're just being an obstructionist. I hope that in this process that we review Bill 51, some of the information will be presented clearer to us, but also we need to keep asking ourselves, is this the cheaper alternative to solving our solid waste crisis. And the consent decree does not say La John specifically. It says whenever a properly licensed municipal solid waste facility opens up and ORDOT dump is closed and the trash is diverted there, then certainly it complies with the provisions of the consent decree. So, you know, when the administration keeps telling us we have to go down this road, we have to go down this road, we have to go down this road, I'm telling our colleagues here, Mr. Chairman, that cost was never a factor, and now we're at this juncture where we're almost being held hostage because, as the good senator from Chalampago said, it seems like the decision has been made, the writing's on the wall. Now how do we fund this and avert the $1 million a week? So I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Vespicio. Senator Calvo, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I want to reiterate the statements made by the earlier speaker about following this road. This has been a very, very long road. Back in 1944, there was a war raging. And with that war raging and the American military buildup in Guam for the invasion of Japan, the U.S. military decided to redecorate a beautiful little river valley. And that's when this road began. We are now close to, what is it, 65 years since that road began. Anyone driving up to the Leo Palace area or Palantat, going up to there in the nice view in the mountains, when you turn back and when you try to look at this beautiful view of our island and the ocean, looking towards Agana, what you see is what I would closely approximate what I've seen in some other, some history books or geography books. I see a stepped pyramid that is nearing completion. There is no more river valley. We have a stepped pyramid that is 3 years away from final capstone. Now, I'm not going to point any fingers at anybody, folks, because of all our 15 colleagues here, you could use all our fingers in our hands and all our toes in our feet, for all of us, and there still wouldn't be enough appendages to point at all the folks that are culpable for building this beautiful pyramid that we have at Central Guam. Me included. I must commend the governor in his speech he made yesterday. Many of us were anticipating what message and what speech would come from our chief executive in regards to the many issues affecting this community. And of course, first and foremost, because of this 65 years of inaction, a mandate by the courts to get this job done. And I'll tell you, over the past few months, there has been a lot of finger pointing on all sides, including the administration. And that's why, after 5 minutes of listening to his speech, we weren't given advance copies of it. I was a bit stunned. It is not what I had anticipated. The governor came to us with his hand outstretched, not one finger pointing at us, but his hand outstretched. He came to us with a viable solution, at least in the estimates of the administration. It's a bill. It's a bill that has options. One of those options, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending what perspective, is a general obligation / revenue bond. This unfortunately had to come in probably one of the worst economic calamities that has hit the United States and the world since the Great Depression. But be that as it may, it is one option. The language of it, of that particular section there, if you can look at it, even when you see, and sometimes you scratch your head about a series of bonds, I would believe is anticipating that maybe because of these difficult times, well, we'll do a little bit here to get this thing done, and we'll see how things go a little bit later for the next phase. I don't know. This is where we'll find out. The other option is the lease back. Hey, I can see that proposal as well. We've had that, and it seems to be successful. We have some schools that have been built. Of course, the backup has been the compact impact funds, but that's an option. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues, we have a solution that has been presented to us by the administration. The ball's been handed to us. Now we could add to it. There are certain solutions that maybe one of us has that could be added to this bill, or there are certain amendments or improvements that can be placed into this bill to ensure transparency, and that ultimately whatever decision is made in the opening of a new landfill or whatever solid waste plan of action there is, and the closure of the Ordont, that is in the best interest of the people of Guam, both environmentally as well as economically. But we just can't stop saying we can't do this, or we can't do that, or we can't do this. Again, there's been 65 years, so there's a lot of fingers to be pointed to. But ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues, what I hope and anticipate will occur after this session, that there will be resolution, that this body, working collaboratively with goodwill and in good intention, that goodwill and good intention of closing Ordont and getting ourselves a solid waste system that would be in place not only for our local citizenry, but also for the planned military buildup. Let's get this thing done. And then, you know what? Then this first session of 30th Guam Legislature, the acts that we had done, what we had accomplished in these first couple of months of this legislature is something that we could all be proud of. Something that many legislatures and many administrations past were not able to accomplish. So my dear colleagues, I look very forward to moving with you folks in the deliberation of this bill, in the improvements, the expansion of possible options, and then with that, moving it forward to the administration for final action. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your leadership, and I look forward, again, to contributing towards the passage of Bill 51. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Calvo. Any other speakers on the proposal? Senator Matt Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See if I can manage not to break the system. You know, I can't take credit for the dump as being this my first term, but we do need to solve the problem. I can agree with the previous speaker on that. It's just a question of looking at the current options that are available to us. Whether we like the judge's decision or we don't like the judge's decision, it is a decision and it has grave impact on all the people of Guam. So we look before us to either do nothing, which would be unfair. It would be unfair to the 11,000 hardworking public servants on Guam that would see their pay cut. These folks are already the lowest paid public servants in the nation with the worst health care and the worst retirement plan. And to further cut their pay by 10% would gravely endanger the well-being of their families, and it would be unconscionable for us, for this legislature to allow that to happen. Then we look at issuing a bond for, what, a total cost of almost $500 million? $500 million, my brothers and sisters. That could build 5 state-of-the-art high schools, completely outfitted with all the textbooks and computers for every child. That doesn't seem like a very good option either, especially when that $500 million is only going to be paid back by one part of our community, and that's the active citizens of Guam. It won't be paid back by the military. They get a free ride on it. It won't be paid back by the hotels and businesses that have tax exemptions. They get a free ride on it. It'll only be paid back by the middle-class taxpayers of this island. That isn't fair. We need to go forward and be the leaders that our people elected us to be. We need to come up with a decision that doesn't hurt the quality of life for our constituents, but improves the quality of life for our constituents. And I look forward to this. I hope that this new legislature will be able to work together and come up with a new and creative solution to making this problem a thing of the past. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. Any other speakers on the legislation? If not, Speaker Ben Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Former Vice Speaker. The debate that we face today is how to finance the dump. I disagree with some of my colleagues that that's the only debate that we should be having today. You know, I think the debate on the validity of the order, fair game. I think the debate of Lejon, fair game. I think the debate of incinerator, fair game. Because all of these are out there and are of concern to the people of Guam. And are we going to talk about them, or are we not going to talk about them when we make the final decision? It may make some people uncomfortable in here. It may make some people uncomfortable that some of us want to challenge the federal district court's authority over Guam. But our job is not to be comfortable in here. Our job is to tackle the uncomfortable things and make the decisions that we want to make in the best interests of our people, and that's what they deserve. So to say that we shouldn't debate this because it's outside the realm of the discussion, I think is absolutely, for me, derelict of duty. Let us make the debate. Let us get contentious. Let us disagree. But let us discuss the matter, place all of our cards on the table. Don't hide any. Don't anybody be coming with it a joker later on, because the people of Guam don't deserve that. The people of Guam want to see what our motivations are, where we're going, what our position is, and be very clear on it so that they can call us on it. And I think that that's our duty in here. The issue of the best way, we're saying, we should do this right now. We had an opportunity to do this last term. The same bill minus the lease back was on this body's desk in some committee in this body, and they said, we're not going to do anything about it. We're going to leave it to the next guy. And now we're going to come in here and say, let's all hold hands and do it because it's been such a long time. And, well, why didn't you do something back then? Why didn't you bring this to the body back then when it was before the body? But it was a nice, convenient way out to say the term's ending and we don't have enough time. We still have more questions and so forth. And now we shouldn't ask the questions? Now this body shouldn't be asking the questions because somebody, last term, we don't want to bring it up because we still have questions? Well, we still have questions on this issue. And we should put those questions on the table and we should answer those questions. Don't now try to say all this goodwill and kumbaya means that now we shouldn't ask any question and just move forward. We're not going to make the decision, the best decision we can if we do that. We understand what the judge's orders are. All of us can read. We don't need to be told. We understand that maybe we can't change them, but we shouldn't fail to try. You know, that is failure is not trying. Failure isn't trying and not accomplishing. Failure is not trying at all. Remember when we had the $20 million question in here last term? And they said you need to come up with the money on December 5th, I believe the date, or the 11th. I'm not sure. And we had the bill before us, and everybody said you can't do it that way, you can't do it that way. The market's not going to respond. If you amend the bill that the governor wanted, then it's not going to be sold. Nobody's going to lend you the money. And we should just do what the administration wants and just do what the court wants because this is what they want. And what do? Well, we made changes, you know. We structured that borrowing to ensure that we didn't put on the back burner all of our other priorities to our people of Guam. To ensure that by doing that $20 million in the manner that the governor wanted to proceed, that we said, COLA recipients, stay there, and if you pass away, we are sorry, we'll come to your funeral, but we're going to put you on the back burner. Income tax refund recipients, we owe you for years, but we got to do this $20 million this way, in this manner, and if we do it this way, we're not going to be able to do this, so you guys just continue to wait. But we decided, and we worked in this till the middle of the night, and we structured that bill so that it didn't impact our obligation to those people and our ability to finance the deficit, which is the money we owe to them, to the people, not to Wall Street, not to Tumon Bay, not to the corporations, but to our people of Guam. And in the end, what happened? We got a loan. We got that $20 million. And everybody said we couldn't do it. We couldn't do it in the way that we wanted to do it. We could only do it if we did it the way the court wanted, the receiver wanted, and the governor wanted. And we said we weren't going to settle for that. We were going to try something different. And that's what we did. And we got the loan. We met the deadline. And we still have the ability to try and move forward on the general obligation deficit bond. Everybody thinks, oh, it's a COLA bond. It's going to go to the people, you know, or it's the income tax refund. It's going to go to the people. Nobody seems to be concerned about that. That we're going to go and do something and let these people continue to wait. Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to move forward in this bill the way it's structured because I think it affects the ability of this government to meet its obligation to those people, to our people, to the working class, to the frail, to the elderly, to the dying. And this bill, if we move the way it's structured, people are going to die. And they're not going to get what this government has owed them for decades also. We're worried about not closing the dump for decades. How come nobody's worried about not paying the people the money they deserve that this government owes them for decades? We don't seem to be worried about that. Well, I am. And the way that this bill is written, the way it's structured, means that those people are going to have to continue to wait. And I don't think that that, for me, is acceptable. I believe that as we continue to move forward on this, we'll be able to fashion something that will ensure that we move forward on this and move forward on that obligation that we owe to our people also. And remember, we're not talking about the corporations of Guam, although people work for those corporations. They're the same people we owe money to, and we need to pay them. They are our government employees who we haven't paid their income tax refunds, and we need to pay them. There are people who work for the hotels on Tumon Bay that haven't been paid their income tax, and we need to pay them. That's our obligation in here, is to take a look at our obligation to all the people. Not just one group, not just one sector, not just one segment. We may have our favorite, but our favorite can't be at the expense of somebody else. We have to treat everyone as best as we can and as fairly as we can. And there will be differences, but that we have to put on the table and let everybody know that that's where we're going. I think that the governor's speech yesterday, it was a nice speech. But you know what? Personally, I would have liked to seen a little bit more of the reality. When we and it's coming in here now. This is the reality we have to face. You know, if we don't resolve this matter, the options we have are very few. And one of them is, of course, how do we take $1 million a week out of our government operational costs without affecting the pocketbooks of the government employees? And I think we needed to hear that. I think the employees were waiting to hear that. I am talking to employees who are already calculating what they have to cut back on if we don't do this. And I understand we want to be nice, but we have to be realistic and place the reality before all the decision making on this. And maybe he just didn't want to repeat it. But that's okay, because I think we all know it, we all understand it, and it didn't need to be repeated to us, and I congratulate him on his speech yesterday. But the reality is, as many of our colleagues in here point out, is that we have to be aware of it, we have to know what our actions and the consequences of our actions are, but we also can't just stay within our comfort zone in terms of moving forward on this bill without taking a look at all the other options. You know, just real quickly, and we'll do this. You know, if they say we need $160 million and $40 million is the closing of ORDOT, why do we need to borrow that $40 million today when we don't need to close ORDOT until 3 years down the line when the dump is finished, when the new landfill's finished, and then we close ORDOT when we are able to accept trash? That's about a 2.5-year construction time, you know? So why do we need to borrow the $40 million today, pay interest on it, take out the capitalized interest cost and put it into the debt reserves fund? You know how much that additional cost in interest? Anywhere between $500,000 and $1 million to just park the money in a bank account. Why do we want to do that? Why don't we structure something that says you borrow the 40 when the dump is closed and you need the 40 to begin? Why do you want to take that money now, pay interest on it, and park it in a bank account and pay interest on it? Those are the type of things that I think we need to ask, you know, on how this thing is going to be structured. And whether or not we should have a say in the structure of the financing, the releases of the cash, the needs of the cash, when they need it, to ensure that we get the best deal we can and we minimize the costs. And I know everybody's going around and saying, you know, we go from $160 to $500,000 and everybody panics. It's the same way, folks. It's the way financing occurs. Just take a look at your mortgage. It's the same way. How come your house cost $180,000 when you built it, and by the time you finish paying it off, it's $320,000? Why? Because of interest. So it may look like it's a huge scale and, oh, we're paying $400 million in interest because you started out with a $160 million loan. But the theory and the principle is the same. If you don't pay for it in cash, you got to pay for it for the right and the privilege to use somebody else's money. And that costs money. So those are the ways. Even if we went out and got a private operator to finance the dump, you don't think he's going to let us use his money for free, and that he's not going to charge us interest? He's not going to charge us an administrative cost? He's not going to charge us, you know, collection costs? That's why the private sector financing is always more expensive, because not only do they make sure they charge you the interest that they're paying, they're going to charge you a premium for using their money. They're going to charge you a premium for handling the loan. They're going to charge you a premium for administrating the loan and all that. That's why the difference between private sector financing and public sector financing can go from as low of 200 basis points to 500 basis points, from 2% to 5%, because the money cost to use, the right to use and the right and privilege to use that money costs money. So, but I think all of this should be discussed, should be ferreted out, should be presented to this body, and then this body make the best decision that it can. And I'm prepared to do that. I'm sure everybody else is. And I'm sure that we're going to, come in here and do our job and do the job that the people of Guam expect us to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Speaker Ben. Senator Agon, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know what's very interesting, Mr. Chairman, is some of the comments that have been shared with us this morning is obviously highlighting the historical aspect of this entire process. One of our colleagues went as far back as 1944. And then we also, just based on some of the decisions and the involvement of US EPA, the oversight chair for DPW had highlighted July of 1990 when the ordered dump was identified as a serious concern for our island community. Then he went on and highlighted September 1997 when another order came down, or not necessarily an order, but another instruction from the US EPA to look at the eventual and final closure of ordered dump. Here we are 12 years later. But to turn the clock back just a little bit further, February of 2004, this whole process entered the courts, when in fact a consent decree was signed between the government of Guam officials, the US EPA, and the courts in terms of looking at the eventual closure of the ordered dump and the opening of a new landfill. You look at that timeline and you ask yourself, since day one, when this issue was before the courts in February 2004, we are in essence 5 years later from that particular timeline. And Mr. Chair, I know that many of our colleagues, inclusive of myself, we certainly don't enjoy this aspect of having our backs up against the wall. Because that's what we're essentially at. That's the point in time where we're at in terms of considering options for financing the closure of the ordered dump and the opening of a new landfill. When you look at what had transpired previously, and I commend the previous legislature because I know that there was aggressive efforts to identify the seed money of $20 million. And that, I think, by virtue of the previous legislature, of which many members are here, moving in that direction, that's the direct recognition that yes, we need to aggressively proceed with the closure of ordered dump and the opening of a new landfill. But then I bring it a little closer because obviously I was away from the scene, Mr. Chairman, as you know very well, for a couple of years. Then we received some additional instructions, orders by the court that said, okay, executive branch, chief executive, submit your proposal. That's amenable to us. Present it to the legislature. Well, if you're looking at the timelines of Bill number 51, when it was initially entertained in this legislature, or introduced or transmitted by the chief executive to this body, that was on the afternoon of January 29th, Mr. Chair. That very afternoon, it was introduced immediately as a proposal. One of the initiatives that we took based on the consultation and advice of a number of our colleagues in here was we initiated the dialogue with representatives of the administration. And for that, I'm appreciative of the chief executive's cooperation as well as Mr. Bamba and the GITA representatives. Because we were able, at almost minimal time frame for calling that informational meeting, which was, mind you, broadcast on television so that in fact the public can understand exactly what the nature of the discussion was. And we deliberated just briefly on the contents of Bill 51. Not even 1 week later, in compliance with the open government law, we had our public hearing. And Mr. Chair, what's very interesting in that public hearing is not only did we have the administration support their initiative, not only did we have members of the public provide their perspective in terms of the location of the dump or the sanitary landfill and the eventual closure of ordered dump, but we also had a minimum of 3 representatives from private firms that were suggesting perhaps the government of Guam should look at other options that may be available. I bring this up, Mr. Chair, because I think that when push comes to shove and there's a reality facing us in the face that in fact we need to move forward with this process in accordance with the consent decree, in accordance with the timeline set forth by the judge, and obviously in compliance with her orders, that I think that there's also that window of opportunity to possibly explore other financial arrangements that would be in direct compliance with the consent decree. And that's where our responsibility falls, Mr. Chair. Not only do we have an obligation to look at Bill number 51 and hopefully, like the previous speaker highlighted, look at the possibility of acquiring financing in a serious basis, which is what the provision provides, so that in fact we don't have to go to market at only a 9% option, but perhaps borrow a component of what the financial requirement would be for a year or a year and a half to allow the process to continue to proceed in a timely manner, but also explore other financial options that would be amenable to the judge. That's our responsibility. Not only this body, but just as importantly, the executive branch. And I hope, Mr. Chair, that everyone is aware that the RFI in terms of financial options, which was released about 2-3 weeks ago by GIDA and is subject to closure and consideration of whatever submissions are provided on the 19th of February, which is only 2 days away, that perhaps that may give us some alternatives to consider down the road, Mr. Chair, down the road in terms of meeting the consent decree and the financial requirements and the relationship therein. That, I think, is an aspect and an angle that I certainly hope that this legislature, and most importantly, that one individual that signs off on those orders, that she would be amenable to considering down the road if, in fact, we have a viable proposal that is firm and that meets the timelines and the requirements of the consent decree. I certainly would like us to possibly consider moving down that road shortly, immediately after consideration of Bill number 51. But, Mr. Chair, I highlighted the previous informational meeting and the public hearing in which there was, to a great extent, openness and consideration in terms of sharing perspectives and providing information. And with that in mind, I think it's very important that we bring in the appropriate individuals who will be able to sit before us and respond to direct questions and concerns that were relayed to us or have been relayed to us over the course of the last hour, and perhaps get some real answers as to any possible costs associated with this particular loan borrowing. So with that in mind, Mr. Chair, because the part of the rules of engagement is that a motion be presented to the body for consideration, that specific individuals be invited to the floor to respond to any questions or to provide their general comments. I would like to move that the following individuals be considered by this body to be brought into the session hall. Mr. George Bamba, who is the Chief of Staff of the Chief Executive, Ms. Shannon Taitanu, Mr. Tony Blas, Ms. Tina Garcia, Ms. Ali Limtiaco, who is the Financial Advisor for the Guam Economic Development Authority, Mr. Russ Reyes, and it's Reyes, not Regis, by virtue of his place of birth, but I understand that he is the underwriter representative for this particular proposal, and then also Ms. Bertha Duenas, that these individuals be brought in for as part of this particular discussion. So that's my motion on the floor, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to request the body to consider it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, anyone would second that motion then? Oh. Okay, wait. Okay. Okay, no objection. Well, no objection for that. Then those people will be notified then. Senator Tenorio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a couple comments because I listened intently to all of my colleagues here with respect to their concerns about this matter. Of course, Bill 51 is before us now, and I'm glad for it. The point that I want to make it a couple of observations. First, the changes that we make to this bill will make a difference. And so, you know, there's been measures that we've had before us in the past with regards to this issue. We've had finance measures that have been small and large in scope, and the changes that occurred in those previous measures ultimately had to be come back and fixed because we couldn't move on the smaller package or the bigger package till we finished the smaller package. The $20 million, which had to be given to the receiver to initiate work, had to be resolved before we got to the bigger package. That's where we're at now. So the matters that we're dealing with regards to finance, we need to be careful about what we do. And in that regard, a couple things I'm going to be watching out for is the following. Personally, and as a member of this body, I'm going to be acting in the best interest of the people of Guam, period. Not my interest, more my friends' interest, any business or residential interest. All of this island and everyone who's going to be on it for the next 20 to 30 years has an interest in what happens on this matter. And so I hope that when we finish this, we're looking at something that benefits the entire island, and we're looking out for everyone who's going to be paying for it, who's going to be using it, and who ultimately, in my prayer, is that we're not going to be burdening them with something unnecessarily. The final thing is, I'm going to be watching for the roadblocks, the bars, and the stranglehold, obstacles, minefields, other things which ultimately could derail this process. Really. Mr. Chairman, you know as well as I do, the order is in effect. We have $1 million a week, which could be taken out of our coffers, which will suffer our entire island to dire consequences. We have services to be provided through this government, and as a result of that, we can't afford to have our general fund siphoned off at $1 million or so every single week. So please, whatever we do, let's do it. And of course, you need 8 votes. You need 8 votes to move an amendment. You need 8 votes to pass this bill. And whether the governor signs it is his prerogative, and 10 votes to override it if we decide otherwise, if he vetoes it. So I'm going to be very careful watching for pitfalls and things that ultimately could derail this process, because we do not have time to mess around. We've been dealing with this. I've heard other members of this legislature said, I'm going to make it my goal to close the order dump within 2 years. And that was a few years ago. And we're here today dealing with the same issues we dealt with then. And whether you like it or not, well, it was a good observation by one of my colleagues prior that financing is not cheap. If we save the money, of course it's a lot easier for us to be able to pay $160 million out of our coffers, but we haven't done that. This government has been living paycheck to paycheck, revenue to revenue stream every single year. As a matter of fact, it's exceeded that. So we have no choice but to go for this. But some of the things I'm going to also be watching for is making sure that when we go through this process, we're not going to be raising the red flags as Standards & Poor's, Moody's, and all the other finance professionals in Washington, D.C., which is going to lower our eligibility to go get bonds, because we still have to build JFK. We still have to pay back long due debts to many people. So we really have to be careful in this process. Make sure that we're acting in the interest of all the people of Guam, and that whatever changes we go through here are not going to be things that are going to derail this process. Because about March 1st, if I recall, is the effective date of the order. And how long was that from now? We have about 2 weeks. How long is this bill going to be taken to be reviewed by the governor? How long are we going to talk about it on the floor? How many issues are open for debate? That's up to you, Mr. Chairman. You decide what's germane to this. And If you decide that we're going to talk about whether we should appeal this process, whether or not our good honorable judge of the district court is acting outside of anything that she should be acting out of, whether they have jurisdictions, are we going to talk about all of these things? If we are, that's your prerogative. You decide what the talking points are. You are the committee of the whole chairperson, and unless you wanted to go down that road, that's fine. We can be here for a week. We can be here for 2 weeks. But at the end of that 2 weeks, if we don't have a solution, the order is in place. And I don't know about you, but this is pretty serious stuff. This is really serious stuff. People's lives, their quality of life for their children, their families, their mortgage, the functionality of this government, all is waiting for our decision. So, act in the best interest of the people of Guam, I will. And looking out for those roadblocks, I will as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Tenorio. Any other speakers on Bill number 51? Senator Tina Muñoz, you're recognized.
Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair. You know, Mr. Chair, as I listen intently to the previous speakers, and I share a lot of the sentiments from the speakers who spoke previously, I said to myself I'd be remiss if I didn't at least take the opportunity to have the listening audience who are watching us today in reference to this bill that we are going to be deliberating on, not at least give my personal perspective on at least a little part of the history that I can remember. And for me, it dates back to at least the years 2003 and 4. And when we hear cries of that this august body has done nothing to date but to stymie the process or to not work with all the necessary parties that are needed to be engaged, I find myself taken aback because I can personally say with conviction that when I was first elected by our people, I took the stand as saying, you know what? There is a cry from our community out there. There are issues and concerns in reference to closing the existing dump that we have. There is a need to protect the welfare and the health of our community residents. And I found it too hard to saying, you know what? I'm going to push on that. And with the support of a lot of my colleagues, as far back as the 27th Guam Legislature, we took those necessary steps. And we deliberated on the floor. We went through several markup hearings. We talked about perspectives were out there. We even talked about the existing laws that were in place that were done by previous colleagues of this august body who are now of higher authority who made decisions back then. And I said to myself, you know what? We need to work this issue today. You know, Mr. Chair, when that time came for me and my colleagues deliberated on the floor in the 27th Guam Legislature that you were a part of, it was almost unanimous that we all agreed back then that we would close Ordered Dump. And you know what? It went up. And because that august body at that time had to adjourn sine die, that bill was vetoed. Fast forward, not being able to be a part of that 28, on the 29th Guam Legislature, again, giving the opportunity to serve our people, an introduction of another bill to close Ordered Dump and to work with my colleagues were again being worked on. And the 29th, we continued markup hearings, we continued hearings, we looked at perspectives, we looked at what's in the existing law, and again, to realize that there continues to be an existing law in place to allow for the closure of an ordered dump and opening another landfill. And whether or not I believe it is the right choice or not, there was an alternative that this August body looked at, working closely with the executive government, with the executive, the chief executive, and a law review commission was put into place. And then meeting weekly on that, there were recommendations that were put in place, even several introductions of several more bills, Mr. Chair, were introduced. And then, to the dismay of the members that were really working hard to find resolution to this critical issue, it was just summarily dismissed. But you know, Mr. Chair, I need you to know, I need our people to know, that this August body continues to look at alternatives, continues to look at ways where we can move forward. And I can agree with some of my colleagues in reference to how this process is taking place today. And I'm going to tell you, Mr. Chair, that it's really important that as we here have to make the decision for our people, I'm going to make sure that the decision I make on this floor will be in the best interest of our people. And I'm going to make sure that all the recommendations that were given in hand, whether it be past, present, or proposed recommendations, I'm going to take a careful look at all those proposals, because you know, the ultimate end, it will only be our people who will have to bear the burden of what's going to be imposed on us. And right now, what's being imposed is not good for our community. And in the efforts of working in harmony, working together as a community, being resilient as a people, we as an August body got to take a look at how the decision that we will make on this floor will affect all of those who continue to call Guam their home. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Munya Barnes. If there are no other speakers on this particular provision, we're going to proceed with a 5-minute break. And if Sergeant Anards, if I can get your assistance on a couple of matters, the following individuals we do need in the session hall: Mr. George Bamba, Ms. Shannon Taitano, Mr. Tony Blas, Ms. Tina Garcia, Ms. Ali Limtiaco, Mr. Ross Reyes, and Ms. Bertha Duenas. And then shortly after that, if we can proceed with the swearing in of these individuals. Sergeant Anards, please, we take a 3-minute recess. committee of the whole is now called back to order. Sergeant at Arms, if I can get your assistance to swear these individuals in. Also, for the information of the body, we will be concluding initial discussion at 12 noon and resuming at 2 p.m. So just for purposes of your scheduling, just to let everyone know, we will be concluding our initial discussion at 12 noon and then proceeding with our discussion and deliberation on Bill number 51 at 2 p.m. I want to recognize that the individuals that have been requested to represent the administration have joined us this morning, and I want to extend on behalf of the committee and the chair the appreciation of the body in terms of allowing for the dialogue to continue with the representatives from the governor's office and the administration. Mr. Tomlinchuk, please carry on. Thank you very much, Mr. Unchep. We took in our oath on January 5th. Okay, the way we're going to proceed from here on out is we will allow representatives of the administration to be able to provide some initial general comments, and obviously beginning with the governor's chief of staff. And then shortly thereafter, I'm sure there's going to be a number of questions posed by senators in the room. Please, senators, recognize that during this open question period, that you will be given that opportunity to be able to pose your respective questions. We will also, shortly thereafter, upon the initial questioning, proceed section by section. Every member will have 5 minutes to be able to comment or provide amendments for that section. If by any chance representatives of the administration, if you request that they respond to specific questions or amendments, then that will be entertained at that point in time. Okay, now proceeding with the initial comments, Mr. Bomba, if you can open the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senators, thank you for allowing us to be present in this hall and to address any concerns or questions or issues that you feel appropriate and necessary to be addressed in order to act moving forward on Bill 51. Before I begin, I'd like to just introduce the rest of the members of the administration that are here with me. To my immediate left is the Deputy Administrator of GIDA, Tina Garcia, and to her left is Antoinette Young Guerrero, from also from our Public Finance section at GIDA, and to the right of Senator Uggan is the chair is Russ Regis. He's with the underwriting group that would be together with our financial advisors, Bank of America Securities, we'll be handling this issue. And to his left is, or right is Ali Limtiako. She's with Bank of America Securities, our financial advisors. And to her right is Tony Blas, the administrator of GIDA. And to his right is Lester Carlson, who is also with our public finance division at GIDA. And Shannon Tretino, of course, the Governor's Legal Counsel. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity.
I'm sorry for interjecting, but if there's no objections, the two individuals, Ms. Antoinette Leonger as well as Mr. Lester Carlson, have been added to the list, and they've already been officially sworn in. So if there's no objections, we're going to proceed with them being on the panel.
You object?
Only because we proceeded with the motion. Thank you, Senators. Senator Bamba, you may proceed.
Thank you, and Senator, we're here today after, of course, the transmittal of the bill by the governor, and then the initial roundtable discussion that we had. And I, first of all, like to then acknowledge and thank you for that, because I think it did begin the dialogue that was needed in terms of addressing the issue of audit and of the opening of a landfill. And of course, the consent decree and the subsequent court orders, and which led then to the actual public hearing on Bill 51. And I thank you for that, Mr. Chairman, for scheduling that and for hearing it. there are two fundamental issues here. One is that, we have, since that time, of course, a court order has been issued requiring the 1 million in weekly payments beginning March 1st by the government of Guam in order to fund consent decree projects. And it was stated very clear in her order as to, I'm not going to go through the entire order, but I think just the basis for the relevance and the importance of Bill 51 is that in addition to the ordering of the $1 million in cash payments, weekly cash payments, the judge made it clear that she will suspend this provided that the court is satisfied that at a minimum, one, the legislature authorizes, without the need for any further legislative authorization or action, the maximum amount of the bonds needed for full implementation of the consent decree projects, certified to the court by the AG and the government of Guam's Bond Council, and that the governor and GITA, in good faith and to the court's satisfaction, moved to sell the first series of these bonds as soon as possible, and such other bonds at a later date as required to keep the consent decree projects funded and on schedule. Or two, the government of Guam finds any other viable financing alternative that does not delay or impede the timetable as previously court ordered. I think what's important to note is that that Bill 51 would comply with the order, and it also provides that the different options that could be considered, and certainly, as mentioned by the chairman, an RFI went out, and there are interested parties, because we believe that at the end of the day, I think that this will occur through a full compliance of the consent decree, will occur through either a public-private partnership or private sector participation. It certainly was not our intent from the beginning that this be a burden to the government of Guam or to the taxpayers, any unnecessary burden. But here we are faced today with a court order that, if in effect, would be disastrous and certainly catastrophic to the operations of the government. Because clearly, $1 million a week or $4 million a month means somebody has to suffer. There are other, and critical services are going to suffer, and to impede and to continue for the government to provide those services, we do need that flexibility that would, and certainly in compliance with the court order, to be able to suspend that as quickly as possible. And we do intend to do that. And we do hope that by your action, and we're open to all the any questions and try to answer any questions that you have, in order to not just satisfy the requirements of the court order, but to ensure that the health of the rest of the entire island is secure, that we will have a new landfill, and that we are no longer in violation of federal law of the Clean Water Act. I think those are the fundamental issues at hand. Certainly how the legislature wishes to address it is clearly that's up to this body, but I think those are the fundamental issues that I think would guide and hopefully will guide your deliberations on this. And Mr. Chairman, I sincerely thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Senator Bamba. Just because part of the biggest consideration in terms of Bill number 51 is the potential and the viability of seeking financing in the bond market, can I just request just a general perspective from whichever official, Senator Bamba, you would like to recommend provide testimony, but a general perspective in terms of market conditions and the viability of floating such a financing option?
Yes. I would like Mr. Chairman, if Ali Limchako could address that, because she's not only a financial advisor, but has been monitoring the market pretty much on a daily basis.
Thank you, Senator Bamba.
Sure.
Ms. Limtiaco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Buenos dias, Madam Speaker, Mr. Vice Speaker, Senators, and Mr. Chairman. My name is Ali Lim Tiaco. I'm the financial advisor to the government of Guam through the Guam Economic Development Authority. Just to give you a little bit of market color, some of you may have heard my market update last week, but for the benefit of everyone, the municipal market, as you know and have heard throughout the news, has had a lot of trouble in recent months and over the last year, really. Since September of last year, when a few financial firms announced bankruptcies and there was financial turmoil in the market, it greatly impacted the municipal market to the point where in December, the government of Guam went to issue the GO bonds to fund COLA, income tax refunds, and other items. We came back and we went out into the market, and the market basically slipped out from underneath us. Since then, since December, the market has actually returned to some extent. I don't think it's returned to what I would call a state of normalcy, and we still have a ways to go in order for it to return to normalcy. Just to give you an idea, during the month of January to date, the 95% of the transactions that have gotten done in the municipal market have been high-grade transactions, which is in the A category, AA category, and AAA category. And this presents a challenge for Gov Guam, in all fronts, because Gov Guam's credit rating is a single B+, which is a non-investment grade rating. And the contemplated financing, as we propose today, we hope that it'll get investment grade ratings, triple B- or above, and that's the financing strategy that we're going to employ. But to date, there have only been about 5% of triple B category transactions done in the market since January. I'm going to ask Russ Reyes to kind of give some input as well. He's from Piper Jaffray and Company, a Seoul Municipal Market investment bank.
Thank you, Ollie. And thank you again to the senators for giving us the time today. The only other things I will add, again, is to reiterate the severity of the dislocation that has occurred in the financial markets since the last few months of 2008. This was a period of time, again, where credit has been very, very difficult to obtain for even the very high-grade issuers. And you are talking issuers that are, again, AA category. A great example is the state of California's Department of Water Resources being unable to access the market. And there are a number of other different entities that were in this same boat towards the latter half of 2008. The other element that was occurring is with respect to the non-investment grade market was the liquidation of funds, and these are high-yield funds who purchase non-investment grade debt. So again, debt that's below the triple B- level, and they were experiencing severe redemptions, and the gains to date, there were actually losses to date, in the neighborhood of like 30 to 40%. So they were selling bonds into the secondary market towards the latter half of last year, and as a result, some of the interest rates on those bonds were in excess of 13 or 14%, which made it very difficult for issuers like the government to be issuing bonds in the primary market at a rate of, let's say, 8%. And so that became very difficult. Now, the good news is that headed into 2009, some of the redemptions that have been experienced by these high-yield funds have actually subsided, where they no longer are experiencing these massive redemptions, but they still are sitting on the sidelines, and it tends to be, again, a very illiquid marketplace. And that's the only other comment I'd probably want to make with respect to the environment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to introduce the Director of BBMR, Bertha Duenas, who I asked earlier to be on standby and also to come down to answer any questions with respect to the issues that are arising or any concerns that the senators may have from a budgetary standpoint.
Thank you very much, Senator Bamba, and Mr. Reyes. Thank you for that brief, and Ms. Limtiaco, the brief discussion in terms of the market conditions. Also, just for correction purposes, because Senator Bamba, for some odd reason, did not correct me, Ms. Shannon Taitunu Luhan is her name, so I apologize for that incorrect presentation. But
thank you for correcting me.
okay, to open the nature of the discussion as it relates directly to the proposal and some of the comments that have been provided this morning, I will open the floor for that prior to proceeding section by section. Is there anyone that would like to inquire, ask questions, or present some statements? Senator Vice Speaker B.J. Cruz, you're recognized.
Just a general question to both Ali and Mr. Reyes. I know both of you have spoken about the conditions in the market right now. With Guam's current B rating, how soon do you think it would be before we would be able to float anything in the market? I mean, how soon do you think we would be able to do it?
We monitor the market on a daily and weekly basis with our team. There was, to give you an example, there was a window of opportunity probably in mid-January where we called Gita and we said, okay, all hands on deck. We think there might be a buyer for some of these GO bonds. And we sort of were getting everything ready as we did in December. That market slipped away from underneath us within a week. So I can't say how soon, but I can say that we have the ability to be nimble, at least with respect to the GO bonds. We are ready to enter the market. We have all of the documents ready for to offer to investors. It really depends on how quickly the market comes back, and we're seeing that volatility on a daily basis. Russ, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing to add is, being flexible and being nimble. As we've seen in 2008, there were several gyrations that were occurring in the marketplace where interest rates were moving and were very volatile. And this has been volatility that we really never saw in the marketplace. And so interest rates would go down or up, 50 basis point clips, which is 0.5% over as quickly as 1 week. And so, being able to be flexible really positions issuers who are prepared to access the markets, if these market rallies present themselves.
Yeah. I mean, just to add, I can't say for sure that it's going to come back in 2 months, but I would hope that in, a few months we'll see some level, with this, whatever stimulus package that, ends up being passed, some level of, return to normalcy. Whether or not it takes 6 months to get to normal, is sort of up to the market, really.
Can I just ask one follow-up question on that? I know the Speaker Pangilinan spoke earlier about the EITC and the COLA bond. I guess that's the GO bond that you're talking about. Income tax refunds. I'm sorry.
That's correct.
And I admit I don't understand the market, but I'm just trying to figure out why before we realized that the market the bottom had fallen out of the market in September or October, why the previous 8 months since the passage of the Speaker's GO bond authorization, it was the former Vice Speaker's Shimizu's bond, which was over a year, 2 years ago, why it wasn't floated during that period before the market fell out. I mean, is it better now than it was before October of 2008? I would have thought sometime in late 2007 when Speaker Shimizu got that through in the 08 budget, and during most of the year of 2008, it would have been much better than it is now. And I don't understand how come now, or 2 weeks ago, there was this possibility of being able to float it.
Sure. Part of the how long it took to get to market was the story that we had to tell to Standard & Poor's. The deficit financing package was part of an overall plan for deficit reduction. We went to S&P in October of last year, and until then, there was prep work done to sort of be able to tell that story. And S&P came back and gave us a rating in October. The market since between October and December tanked, and we believed that we, in December, still thought that we could get at least a portion of that transaction done. And we went out to the market based on initial conversations with buyers, maybe maybe there was appetite for $50 million of that full 246 authorization. And within a week's time frame, buyers started falling off, and basically, the market just tanked until for the rest of the year.
Speaker Pangilinan, you have a point
just
of
a point of information. To respond to the question asked. The reason why is the governor did not want to pay COLA. It's that simple. And the reason why we tried to go out in December was that the only way he could get his $20 million was if he went out with a GO bond and was able to take $7 million from the COLA, $7 million from the refund. I mean, that's the policy question. I know,
Speaker Pangilinan, you have the floor for a point of information.
I know we're saying that goodwill and all that, but there was no urgency to do it.
No, Senator, that's
why,
not true.
and only when he needed the 20 and we tied it to the issuance of the GO did we decide to try to go to market.
Thank you, Speaker Pangilinan, for your point of information. Vice
Point
Speaker
of information
Cruz.
too, Senator, Mr. Chairman, because that is not true. We were placed on credit watch by Standard & Poor's. Our credit rating, we were on credit watch. We couldn't even we couldn't even borrow a dime. We had to build the confidence up of Standard & Poor's in our ratings, which we did. We went out in September and it was their decision to keep us on credit watch until they were satisfied that we were able to, that our financial situation was such that they could take us off credit watch. But in addition to that, not only did they take us off credit watch, but then we had to go back and then do another presentation so that we can get our rating up. And we were able to get to a rating up a notch. So that's the real reason.
Thank you, Senator
Not
Bamba.
that we don't pay up.
Vice Speaker Cruz, you still have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that Mr. Bamba brought up that issue of credit watch. Again, to the two bond advisors, if we don't pass Bill 51 as is demanded, or it's seemingly demanded by both the governor and the court, we don't give you the leeway to go all the way to 9%, and we put something maybe along the lines of 6% or as a cap for the interest, or even 7%, and the court then starts taking out $933,000 a week from our operating, and we do a major 32-hour work week, 10% cut across the board. Would that put us back on credit watch, which would completely take us out of the market again?
I can't say what S&P is going to do or is not going to do, but I have to imagine that the burden that will place on the general fund, as well as the reduction in allotments that it becomes, that comes as a result, the furloughs, that would put you in a position that S&P would say, hey, what's going on? I think we're going to have to review you even closer and see how you're going to deal with this. And basically that's what Credit Watch is. They give you a finite time frame to come up with a plan to deal with your issues. And I think that's what happened in March of 2007. I just have to imagine that it's going to raise a red flag with S&P and impact our ability to go to market regardless of how we deal with it within that finite time frame.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Speaker Cruz. Senator Calvo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me just feed on that. So there's always the laws of unintended consequences. So there's a potentiality, and maybe that's why I just need further clarification. If there's any possible or any changes in this particular bill that has been submitted in regards to the GO bond, where it appears that the likelihood of floating a bond becomes to the point of impractical as a result of limitations, that the consequence potentially is of some possible downgrade of our credit rating by either Standard & Poor's or Moody's or Credit Watch. I'm sorry I missed that a little bit. I just want clarification.
Sure. Yeah, I can't say whether or not it would result in an immediate downgrade, because the rating agencies typically look at, a period in time in order to take rating action, whether it's an upgrade or downgrade. I can't say that they have historically reacted to things that have put undue burden on the government in terms of impacting the government's liquidity, and I just have to imagine that it could result negatively in whether or not it's a credit watch release that says the government is facing furloughs, and that's not people are municipalities in the mainland are going through the same type of thing because of the economy, and because they can't access the market. But the rating agencies have taken action or reacted to things that have impacted their general funds or their general obligations.
In fact, I want to reiterate again an action that occurred. I remember when Acting Governor Mike Cruz put out made forward of the line of credit using our existing line of credit for paying payroll for the Guam public school system. Almost immediately, we had this credit watch. Please explain to me, just because it happened so quick and it was almost like a left sucker punch, how did things move so quickly? Where an act done thousands and thousands of miles away from New York, a simple act of using an authorization already granted by law, and the use of that authorization by law for an emergent requirement, which was again the payroll for Guam public school system. How did that happen so quickly, and where we were put in credit watch? Can you explain? I never got an explanation. Sure. What turn of events occurred to make that credit watch red flag go up?
I don't know the exact events that led up to that determination from S&P's standpoint, but I do know that the rating analysts from S&P at least read the news media websites, almost on a daily basis, and when you have that immediate access to information, even if it's thousands of miles away, the reaction I think is fairly swift.
Yeah. So again, those same folks that are watching the internet from wherever the heck these people live or work from, the actions of this body in the movement of Bill 51 specific to that general obligation provision, they potentially would analyze this and determine whether Guam or the government of Guam would go into credit watch or some other action could occur as well, correct?
Right. I mean, they could very well take a wait-and-see approach, but I think given the severity that $1 million a week would impact on the general fund, they probably would react very quickly. Okay. I want to just put that one little gem of information aside, because then now I'm going to ask you the questions I originally was going to ask you. So we have this situation where something potentially, even though we never ever float a bond, just because there's a perception that we went against an edict of a judge or a receiver, that potentially this could
throw us into a situation of a credit watch, or even worse, some sort of downgrade in our credit rating, potentially, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, going back to the original question I was going to ask, you were talking about the stabilization of the market. Are there certain signs that we could look at? Or we watch CNBC or CNN Business News, or go into the internet and try to go over some of the sites that deal with the economy. Are there certain areas that we could look towards that can give us an idea, and for you folks, an idea that, okay, boy, things are looking like it's ready to stabilize and ready to go? Can you give me some examples of what potentially those signals out there are for stabilization?
Sure. There's a couple of things that we've been proactively keeping our eye out on, because obviously, for the GO, making sure that one is prepared. The first is in the secondary market. So these are institutions that trade non-investment grade debt in the secondary, is to determine whether or not the volume of those transactions increase. And, our respective desks, the investment, banking desks, each have a bead on seeing whether or not that volume goes up or down. And so we continue to try to monitor that. The second is looking at high yield mutual bond flows and determining whether or not, as I'd mentioned before, in 2008, there was a lot of redemptions. People were wanting to pull their money out of these high yield funds because they didn't want to have anything to do with the market, is to determine whether or not, over the course of the next few months, there's an inflow of people actually putting their money back into these high yield funds. And that's another thing to track. The third is probably looking at what we call the muni treasury ratio. And it's basically a municipal yield, and you can look at different barometers, and taking that and comparing it to a treasury bond yield of the same maturity. And one of the things that we've seen through this dislocation is, if you think about it, a municipal yield should be tax exempt, so it should theoretically be lower if it's of comparable credit quality than the treasury yield. But we've seen the ratios actually skewed at 200 or 300%, which makes no sense, because again, people are buying municipal bonds for the tax exemption, and when the ratios are skewed, it doesn't make any sense. And that's from a broader market standpoint, just seeing if those ratios are starting to normalize. Now, unfortunately, because the municipal market is such a small subsection of, like what we watch on CNBC and other things, it's very hard to get that information through those.
It's one of those little things that's going real fast on the screen. I get dizzy when I watch that too long.
So, what we're trying to do is be as proactive as possible to monitor that for the government, to see if there's some life that's going to breathe back into the municipal marketplace.
So those three indicators at this point, and help me, because again, I don't watch the news that much and those areas. Those three indicators, where in the short term have you seen that they've been going? Or is there optimism on any one of those three? And if there's any optimism in any of those three, can you further enlighten me on that?
Yeah, the thing is, the movement in terms of the direction of where these three indicators are headed is positive. So, from the fund flow standpoint, again, they've stopped liquidating. So that's a good thing. We were experiencing massive redemptions in the marketplace. And now that that's stopped, that's a good sign. The muni treasury ratios have also started to normalize. So where they're maybe 300 to 200%, maybe they're getting a little closer to 1 times what a treasury bond would yield. And lastly, the trading volume, because Piper Jaffray does do a lot of non-investment grade debt, and what we issue is we have noticed, albeit at smaller amounts, a pickup in some of the secondary market flow for again, non-investment grade paper. Now the question really comes down to whether or not these indicators progress to a point where you can actually get a larger transaction completed. That still remains to be seen.
Yeah. Again, getting a feel of this, when you're saying about the trends, is it something that within a week or 2 weeks, when is there a reasonable degree of confidence? And is there some sort of timetable? Do you look at a week, 3 weeks, a month, a quarter?
Yeah, that's the one question that many issuers across the country always ask, because they don't want to miss the market. And what the issuers I've worked with and been in the business for 15 years now is they've always taken the approach of trying to be prepared in the event that 1 or 2 week market rally presents itself. A lot of this happens with the refinancings. And so for authorizing legislation for the issuers, throughout the country, they'll authorize that because they want to make sure that that's authorized and ready, so that if this 2 week window comes, because as we know, it can come and go very quickly, they want to be able to take advantage of that market window and not let it pass. And if I had the crystal ball, to determine, whether or not, I knew if the market was going to come back in a week versus 3 months, probably would be retired by now. But it just is very still uncertain. I think the best thing that we could do for the government is to continue to monitor these flows and to get back to you all as soon as possible if we feel there's a market, that is going to present itself.
Okay, and going back to the 3 indicators, can you count back for me how long has it been over the short term as you've seen these positive indicators? You said there's been trending. Has it been over the past month? Or?
Yeah, I would say really the turning point was the beginning of 2009. The first thing was the fund flows. I don't know if you want to talk.
Sure. Municipal bond fund flows since, I would say, the second week of January have actually been positive. They've fluctuated, but they've been positive, whereas for the, 3 months prior to that, literally since the second week in September when the market fell apart from all angles, had been negative. Funds were selling off because investors were not confident in the market, and that dovetails with what Russ was saying about the municipal to treasury ratio. Typically, or I guess historically, municipal bonds, because they're tax exempt, have been about 80 to 85% of treasuries, and that hasn't been the case because investors have looked at municipal bonds as more risky than treasury bonds in the last 6 months or so, and so those ratios have skyrocketed to what Russ was saying, 200 and 300% depending on the credit and the term.
Okay. Lastly, and I get my last question. We have the stimulus package has been passed. Even we're all of us here in this legislative hall are still trying to absorb what that means for Guam. But we've been thinking more in light of what type of appropriations can the insular areas such as Guam use in terms of operations or capital. But is there also going to be do you anticipate positive impacts in any of these areas of the stimulus package that can help in this trending for a positive movement on general obligation bond?
One of the proposals that they were discussing was the ability for, the federal government to provide credit enhancement for, those issuers that are in need, and that proposal is being discussed, as we speak. I don't know if there's been any finalization with respect to whether or not that's going to come to fruition. I think a lot of the other proposals that are being tossed out are somewhat specific in terms of how they intend to assist certain issuers, but it's within different sectors. So, one example is, I guess, for some of the schools, providing a tax credit, but it's just for school-related financing. And so that's, kind of part and parcel to, I guess, what we're looking at here. And that really, I guess, our review is again, the proposal for credit enhancement is something that should be monitored, because if that does pass, and there is a blanket authorization to if you apply for it, then you can get credit enhancement. That's something we should definitely monitor, because I would definitely have an application here. Just to, I don't know if I talk about the bond insurers just for a minute as an aside. I mean, one of the relevant reasons why that would be pertinent is the bond insurance industry in 2008 basically collapsed. And a lot of the traditional bond insurers that many issuers have used had fallen by the wayside because they've become downgraded in effect to beyond, the investment grade level. And as a result, there really is not too much in the form of credit enhancement today. And so that's why, getting back to, if this proposal passes, that's something we definitely want to monitor.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just a follow-up comment by Senator Bamba.
yes, Senator, in direct response to that issue, we are monitoring, and we have been working with our Congress with respect to Senator Barney Frank's bill, which actually is the vehicle that was introduced in the House of Representatives to address the municipal bond issues, or the because of the collapse of the municipal bond market. It was necessary to have a federal guarantee, because Guam is not in the only place where municipal financing is necessary, is needed. All the states are need to it, but they just can't access the market because the market simply is not there for one reason.
So it's a separate piece of legislation.
Yeah, it was introduced by Senator Barney Frank. And
What is it? You know what I like to find.
Yeah, I have it.
If you can please provide that information.
Sure, we can send it.
Okay, on that note,
thank you very much,
Senator Calvo. On that note, we're going to go ahead and yes, Senator Spicio.
Yeah, before we break for lunch, Mr. Chairman, I just move that we delete Section 1 in its entirety. It's too much commentary. It's too one-sided. It talks about the governor doing due diligence, and then the legislature recognizes the magnitude of the task.
Senator, I will appropriately recognize your amendment and your motion after we return from lunch. We will resume our discussion at 2 p.m. this
I don't
afternoon.
think I'm going to change my mind when we come back.
No, it's just that I made a commitment 12 noon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator.
Chairman.
Thank you, Senators. We'll see you at 2 p.m. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Committee of the Whole is now called back to session. I understand that a few senators are still only moments away. I need to just recognize everyone who's in the hallway. We have the representatives from the administration. Thank you very much for joining us again. We also have Speaker Ben Pangilinan, Senator Rory Respicio, Senator Tom Ada, Speaker Juan Pat, Senator Taitagui, Senator Matt Rector, Senator Tenorio. So we're still waiting for a few individuals to enter the room. We'll take an extra minute session, extra minute. Good afternoon again, Senators, and to all of the panel members from the administration. Thank you very much again for joining us this afternoon. It is now 2 minutes after 2. We're going to go ahead and proceed with the general questions that are being posed by senators. At this point in time, I do have Senator Ray Tenorio who will take the mic initially, Speaker Ben Pangilinan, who has also asked to pose a couple of questions. If there's any other senators in the room that would like to pose questions during this general question and answer period, then by all means, please let me know. We're going to proceed with our discussion. Senator Tenorio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, of course, I want to welcome all of our panel back here, and I hope you had a good lunch. Energizes you for the remainder of the day. And I'd like to also pose this question to Ali, and welcome back to Guam, by the way, Ali. Ali, my question is dealing with the general obligation bond that's contained in the measure before us, Bill 51. One of the concerns that I have, and I mentioned when in my opening, was about how what we do has an impact on the final outcome. And you spoke earlier about kind of the adjustment or the revisiting of our rating if, in fact, it's imminent or it appears imminent, as though $1 million will be taken out of our general fund because of the impact that will have on operations. In your opinion, if the general obligation bond or revenue bond, the component that's in the bill now, is taken out or substantially changed such that it's not viable, does that heighten the probability of downgrading Guam's position with respect to ratings? So clarifying the question,
Sorry.
if the general obligation bond was taken out of this measure,
Okay.
would it heighten the probability of Guam's rating being downgraded?
Well, just to clarify, the Bill 51, as it's drafted before you, does not include a general obligation authorization. So, you know, I don't believe that this legislation, as it's drafted, affects the ability for us to go out to the market with the general obligation bonds.
Well, the securitization of the Section 30, in essence, is currently going to the general fund right now. And for lack of a better word, that bond or the authorization to go for that bond, which would otherwise, those Section 30s would be going to the general fund. If those monies are not going to the general fund, which has been the case for many years, for all intents and purposes, that would be a general obligation bond. So let me rephrase the question. If the Section 30 monies are not attached to the securitization of this bond, which would otherwise have been a general obligation bond,
right,
if those monies continue to go to the general fund as they have been for years, if the Section 30 money is detached from the securitization of the bond, and in my opinion, and just maybe just mine, that makes the acquisition of that bond minuscule, or the ability to actually sell the bonds marginalized substantially. Would that result in a lowering or likely lowering of the rating for Guam?
I think that if we aren't able to move forward with the financing of the landfill in general, which if the Section 30 security is removed from this legislation, I believe that will be the case. That then the court has imposed a cash funding of the $1 million per week, which will then translate into, affecting our liquidity, which will then translate into, potential rating impact.
Sure. And given the fact that this legislature is authorized in several different other measures going to the bond market for bonds for the purposes of whether it be COLA or the building of the John F. Kennedy High School, the effect of a lowering of the bond rating for Guam would pretty much put those issues to bed, wouldn't it?
I believe it would severely limit you from accessing the market for whatever purpose, whether it's general obligations or other projects.
Yeah. My concern is, I don't know how long you're going to be here, because I know typically you folks answer a few questions for a few hours or maybe 2 days, but generally you're out pretty quick. So I'm going to assume that's the case here as well. Are you here till Thursday or Friday? Or?
Currently, that's what my itinerary says.
Thursday, right? That's what I figured. All right, so we need to get our questions answered real quick from you, and we can talk to our great folks here in Guam for weeks and months on end, but you're in and out pretty quick. So my concern is, because we got to build a John F. Kennedy. We're looking at trying to take care of the many issues that we have to deal with, and getting access to the markets with respect to the other general obligations bond is going to be very much to our detriment if we see a lowering of that rating. And I don't think any of us want that to happen. As a matter of fact, that's the thing I alluded to in my comments. And then my final question will be, you're in a unique position relative to financing, and your perspective means a lot, and that's why you're here. The stimulus package means a lot to the markets as well. I think not just nationally, but locally, globally. What do you think is going to be the impact of the markets? Is it going to stiffen up? Is it going to be a little bit more solid foundation for selling these bonds in the future? Because we've got a lot of capital that's going to be infused into our economy. We've got a lot of construction projects that are going to occur as a result of the stimulus package, and that's going to build a stronger a base from which people are actually going to go out and say, sure, I'll put something. I'll buy some bonds. You're talking about the redemption that occurred earlier, and then the reinvestment of that money will ultimately shore up the economy and build confidence. Do you think that that will hasten the chances of us getting this bond?
I think so, and I hope so. The municipal market has gotten a lot of attention from the federal government in the last few months because cities, states and municipalities, local municipalities have not been able to access the market to fund, severely needed projects, general fund deficits and the like. And I think that, Washington is starting to recognize that. And, with a proposal by Barney Frank to, enhance municipal bonds, there's also a measure to try and have, specific to the housing bond sector, try and have government-sponsored entities such as Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae purchase bonds that are issued by state housing agencies. And so these are, some of the measures that they're trying to put in place to help municipalities get the funding that they need to sustain, their operations.
Yeah, the reason I asked that question stems from a previous question from one of my colleagues about the timeliness of this, not just the issuance of this bond, but of course, the financing of this is going to be based on who's willing, the appetite, I think was the term that you used earlier, Mr. Reyes, in regards to the willingness of people to actually buy bonds. And if we in fact do see the stimulus package have the positive impact that it should have, I think, then we may be able to move that timeline a little bit more forward or closer to where we're at now. And the reason I'm concerned about that is because, we have this March 1 deadline, and I think I need to ask you realistically, if the best case scenario were to fly, and this is a beautiful bill that comes out, we all vote for it, and you put it to the market, what is a realistic time frame? Are we looking at a month before we can get anybody interested in this? Are we looking at 2 months?
I think realistically, market conditions willing, of course. If we're able to pursue a financing strategy that allows us to get the highest rating possible and the lowest interest cost, which at this point we believe is a Section 30 pledge versus a pledge of both Section 30 and tipping fees. Now that doesn't mean that the debt service will not be paid by tipping fees, but from an investor's perspective, they want to see the Section 30 pledge first, and I think that's the cleanest and probably quickest way we'll get to market. There's a rating process involved. There could be a potential, one of the last standing bond insurers may be interested. I think you're looking at a minimum of 45 days from, let's say, whenever you pass the legislation. I mean, we've already started the groundwork on with the financing team to, come up with structures and sort of explore different options. But I think you're looking at a minimum of 45 days, and it could go as long as 90 days.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Tenorio. Speaker Pangilinan, you have the floor, and then Senator Taitigui. Speaker
Thank you.
Pangilinan.
I just had a couple of questions relating to the general obligation bond. You mentioned that you got to be nimble and go to the market when the window's open and so forth. When we tried to do this, when the governor was allowed to take some of the proceeds of a general obligation bond that was authorized to meet the funding requirements of the $20 million required by the law for the landfill, when that was allowed and he went to the market with your advice, how did you structure that bond?
We have always structured the general obligation bonds taking into consideration the full amount of the authorization. So level debt service over 30 years at whatever interest rate up to the 8% that's in the authorization. So going out in December, we thought, the amount that would catch investors' attention is probably about $50 million of that full $246 million. So the structure was level debt service out to a maturity that would allow for $50 million to be structured, keeping in mind that we're going to issue the rest of the balance of the $246 million. At that time, I think we were looking at a maturity of 10 to 15 years. We scaled that back probably a few days before pricing, after we had an institutional investor call. Preliminary interest came back at the 10-year range.
Okay.
And I'm sorry.
But it
I'm
was
getting
just purely general obligation bond, full faith and credit.
Yes, that's correct.
The law allowed you and pledges Section 30 for the general obligation bond. Whose decision was it not to use the Section 30 pledge?
I think there wasn't a decision not to use the Section 30 pledge.
Well,
I think
somebody made a call that you didn't go out with the issue with the pledge of Section 30. Somebody must have made a call.
Well, I think that we had sent out the preliminary offering memorandums prior to that amendment was made, and so the timing didn't work out. I think we actually went out into the market before that amendment was made. So, I can go back and look at the timelines.
Can you verify that?
Sure.
Because, I just want to know why, when it was allowed to be used, and if it was, the timing was correct, that it was allowed to use, what was the decision behind not using the Section 30 with regards to the general obligation bond? So,
okay, I'll go back and look at that. I think, though, that at least in my mind, I thought that amendment was made in reaction to us not being able to access the market at that time. But
no, because the market, you guys went to market in January, didn't you?
No, it was, I think it was December 8th or something like that. It was a holiday here, I think.
Okay.
We can go back and look at that.
Can you just verify that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. Senator Taidiwi, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question to you, Mrs. Limpiaco, sorry, and Russell. With regards to the bond, the market, considering the market the way it is right now, would be able to float a bond that would better float in a smaller portion of the amount that we want? And what effect would that have on its marketability with regards to interest rates at the same time? And keeping in mind Section 30 still be included in that, but shorting, okay, thank you.
Sure. I'll go ahead and let Russ talk first. Okay.
Yeah, I think with respect to market appetite, you mentioned that term before, the size of the financing will have an impact on increasing the probability of successfully accessing the bond markets. And the thing is that, again, there may be limited appetite for some level of a financing to get done, but it may not be the full amount. It may be some smaller amount. So by minimizing the size of the financing, I would say, at least in this market environment, assuming if we were to issue bonds today, you would probably have a greater likelihood of accessing the markets and funding, the respective projects for that amount.
How about with the interest, with regards to what it will affect the interest amount when it's a smaller amount?
Yeah, I think the question that relates to that really falls to whether or not you can access the bond markets and have an interest rate or not have a financing period. And I think that, because, for example, if you have an only limited capacity to do a $50 or $100 million deal, there may be only buyers who accept it at that one rate, and it's either that rate or it's really not getting a transaction done at all. And I guess in terms of where the rates would be today, I know there was, a transaction that was done earlier this year for Puerto Rico, and that was a short financing. So it was a very short financing. It was a 10-year transaction, but there were interested buyers in limited amounts for a shorter transaction.
That's a term, but with regards to the amount of money that we're asking for in borrowing.
I think two things come into play here, and in our finance team's strategy is to go with a phased approach. So issue bonds in smaller amounts, so that you're still complying with the court order and meeting timelines, but also you're not cutting off market access completely. I think the ability to go out and do a smaller transaction makes the difference between getting it done or not getting it done versus the interest rate specifically. So I think that's what Russ is trying to say. The interest rate comes into play when you're talking about structure and maturity and rating levels. Does that answer your question somewhat?
Pretty much. If we were to take a portion, and go float a bond with a small amount, and then later revisiting in the market where it's more favorable, as it's supposed to be predicted with the stimulus package, would that be a better option as far as finances for the government, saving monies?
Yeah, again, there's a couple of benefits with the phased approach, which if you issue financings in smaller increments and instead of issuing one large transaction, issuing it over, let's say 2 transactions just for ease of discussion. One of the benefits is what we call minimizing negative arbitrage. And what that is you're not going to need all the money all at once to expend for projects. You're going to be expending these projects over a 2-year, 3-year time frame. And if you issue a smaller amount, you're actually going to be investing that amount at a lower rate. And the amount that you're borrowing for is going to be a much higher rate. So if you bonded for a large financing, for the money that's just sitting there, you're going to be paying a higher rate and reinvesting at a shorter rate. And that's what we call negative arbitrage. And that's something that's inefficient. By issuing a smaller amount, you're able to expend those proceeds faster and not incur this negative arbitrage, which is actually beneficial. So that's one benefit of the phased approach. The second is exactly what you would hit on the head, which is spreading and hedging the government's interest cost exposure over time. And instead of issuing a whole amount all at once, you're kind of spreading the market exposure over a period of time, perhaps when market rates are more favorable in the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Taitigui. Anyone else interested in providing comments or questions? Senator Tom Ada?
Just a couple of questions talking about the smaller issuances. Is there a minimum amount as a guideline that the bond market would entertain? I mean, if they, would a $50 million bond issuance something that they won't even bother with, or?
I mean, I think in this context, I would say that maybe a $10 million amount would be a minimum, just because you have all sorts of fixed costs associated with legal attorney fees and et cetera, and maybe a $10 million issue would be a minimum. I've seen that in other jurisdictions from a policy standpoint, but in terms of what the market would require, I think it really depends on market conditions, and I think we've seen investors sort of, in order to get their attention, you have to have some kind of size. So, let's say $25 to $50 million might get investors' attention, because institutional investors, which are these bond funds and the high yield funds, aren't going to look at a small transaction, because they generally put in large blocks of orders. And so, I would say a $50 million transaction would be reasonable. I don't, Russ, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I think I would agree, somewhere in that size of about 50 million would be appropriate. Because one of the things you also want to watch out against is you don't want to, well, I shouldn't say that. The cost of issuing each time, there's going to be costs that you incur for your finance team. And if it's such a small transaction that you're issuing multiple series, you may be incurring more costs than you need. And so you have to balance that out versus, do I want to do, maybe a fewer set of financings and make sure that I have economies of scale, so whenever I issue bonds, I'm only incurring minimal costs to the finance teams like the attorneys and the underwriters. And I would say that, again, at a minimum, maybe 50 million is kind of like a, general threshold for what you're looking at here.
And just one last question. What kind of a bond is this that we're looking at? Is it a revenue bond or a geo bond? I'm just trying to get an appreciation, because I think there is a difference and there are implications, correct? So what are we trying to float here?
The legislation provides for a number of, well, I guess a few options. The way I understand it is that a Section 30 pledge is viewed as a limited obligation, which means, because it's basically a secured interest in Section 30 revenues versus Section 30 revenues that flow to the general fund on a residual basis. That would be considered probably a general obligation pledge because it's part of the overall general fund. But since we're talking about here a secured interest in Section 30 revenues, it would be a limited obligation. I mean, you could consider it a revenue bond. The typical definition of revenue bond, it means that there are revenues that are coming in, from either a certain tax that is levied or fees that are levied. And the legislation actually provides for a revenue bond as well, or a combination of both. So that the revenue bond would be backed by tipping fee revenue. The Section 30 pledge would be a limited obligation, and the legislation allows you to do either or both.
But isn't it true that our debt capacity for general obligation bonds is probably a lot less than the size of the bond being proposed by Bill 51? See, I guess in my reading in the Section 1, the findings and intent, I guess, or somewhere in there, it talks about the fact that if it was a revenue bond, the issue about debt capacity and limit and all that stuff is really irrelevant. But if it was a general obligation bond, then we've got a lot more limitations. And I was of the understanding that once you put Section 30 into play, whether it's just a backstop or however you want to do it, it is in the play. And so then that really makes it a general obligation bond. So I think that's important, because if it is in fact a general obligation bond, then we shouldn't even be talking about the $200 million bond, because I understand we do not have that kind of capacity left. So I don't know if that's a legal counsel question or what.
I think the important distinction between the general obligation bond and what we're contemplating here is that general obligation means typically that a government is pledging the full faith and credit, which means it has the ability to raise taxes or do whatever in its power to pay debt service. A limited obligation bond and a limited obligation revenue bond, in this case, is paid by a certain revenue stream. And in this bill contemplates that the revenue that is pledged to the bonds means any revenue of the system pledged to the payment of the bonds, and any Section 30 revenue pledged to the payment of the bonds. However, the Supreme Court case ruling that came out, I guess it was 2006 or so, require that any obligations that are secured by Section 30 revenues be counted towards the government of Guam's legal debt limit. And I think that's what you're getting at, is that if these bonds are secured by Section 30 revenues, they will be counted towards the debt limit. They're not necessarily considered general obligation bonds per se, but they will be counted towards the debt limit, and you're right. And I think, if anyone else wants to speak to the debt limit, I think there's currently about $357 million left in the government of Guam's debt limit, which, if this transaction is approximately $200 million and you have $246 million in net proceeds authorized under the GO bonds, which also count towards the debt limit, then you probably do have a debt limit issue at some point in time when you're going to issue all of the bonds.
And I would have concerns that we would use up with Bill 51, using up to 2/3 of what capacity we have left. And then when an emergency arises, our backs are really up against the wall. Right.
Yeah, you should absolutely be concerned about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ada. Senator Respicio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Few of us met with Gita last Thursday, and I think the conclusion was that we don't have access to the market, that even if this authorization were to pass, there's a very small likelihood that this authorization will translate into floating bonds and to get proceeds to comply with the consent decree. Russell, Mr. Regis, did anything change from last Thursday's discussion in terms of the marketability of these?
Yeah, in the current market, that is correct. It does not bear a environment that would allow you to fund the project and access the market today for the full amount. That is an accurate statement.
And I'm sure you've said this before, right? You've said it before last Thursday's meeting, and you've said it, and Gita said this many times over, even in front of Mr. Manning. And Mr. Manning acknowledges this, but yet he's still hell-bent on getting the authorization. So how is this a solution to averting the $1 million a week cash payout, when even if the legislature were to do something like this, the likelihood of floating this bond would translate into complying with the consent decree? That's where, for me, that's where the disconnect is.
Well, I guess in terms of when we were talking about time frame to implement the transaction to begin with, I think it takes a few months to prepare the necessary documentation to move forward in terms of discussing the structure with the rating agencies. And I think at a most conservative level, you could probably access the markets and be ready within a period of 45 days. I think a more normal approach may be more like 60 to 90 days. And I think, as I'd mentioned before, the volatility in the marketplace can come and go with the flip of a switch. And as we've seen, at the tail end of last year, the markets have moved very quickly up or down, where we've seen markets sell off and markets, climb up. And, in terms of accessing the bond market by being prepared with legislation, again, puts the government in a position to take advantage of these market windows should they present themselves, where actually a favorable rate environment could, be in the cards. That would give you that latitude by, giving you the positioning, if you are authorized.
I'm not going to speak for the receiver, but he has said publicly, as well as to I think both of the administration and the legislature, that in order to move forward with refining the costs associated with the building of the new landfill and the closure, he needs to go out with competitive bids, and I guess he can't do that without the legislation authorization, and that's what he said, at least in his reports, and as well as to this panel up here. So, I mean, he'll need to explain what the connection is between the actual passage of the legislation and moving forward with the bonds.
And well, given the history of this situation, I don't think this receiver will be concerned about refining costs. This administration seems to just rubber stamp whatever figures the receiver puts to the judge, and the judge says, this is the order, this is what it costs, and this is what the government of Guam should do. I mean, to what extent are we going to allow for this kind of process to occur? When I said earlier, back in February 2006, the cost for the landfill and the road construction was about $60.7 million. And these are DPW's estimates. And then in July 12, 2007, that figure rose to $65.9 million. And then December 2008, with the receiver's estimates, it went up to $140.7 million. You know, and when we talk about this process to solve this problem and comply with the consent decree, there's not enough discussion on why the cost in a little over 2 years went from $60.7 million up to $140.7 million. And even when the Vice Speaker gave his presentation earlier, there was some disparity with how much this bond itself is going to cost. Could you tell us with any degree of certainty at this point how much this debt financing would cost?
Well, that, you know, obviously that depends on the
interest rate,
the rating, right? The rating that we garner from the bonds, as well as the interest rate and market conditions. But I have a comparison of scenarios at various interest rates that I can share with you. I'm just trying to find it. Can I pass this out to?
As a matter of fact, that particular information was circulated by
okay.
Vice Speaker Cruz. So. Yes, it's the same one as of this morning.
Same one.
So if you want to go ahead, Ms. Limtiaco, and highlight that.
It's the same thing. Yes. Okay, perfect. So earlier, when the Vice Speaker was talking about, you know, the disparity between scenarios, you know, obviously there are a lot of variables that go into running bond structures and numbers. It's very complex. It's not just, you know, here's 200 million, let's multiply it by 9%, and we get the amount that is going to cost the government. There are a few factors that actually, if you compare, if you go back to the receiver's numbers, which they included in their October report, you know, they're assuming that the amount needed to fund the project fund for the closure as well as the new landfill is approximately $160 million. And they ran their numbers to allow for a net amount of proceeds to be deposited for $160 million. At that time, they were apparently just running it for modeling purposes, is what they said, and also, you know, didn't really flesh out either the structure or the legal and tax issues surrounding the structure with Gita's finance team. They assumed capitalized interest, which cost about $30 million on top of the $159 million, which is where they get to the, you know, approximately $202 million. We have refined this scenario, you know, for the last, you know, few months with bond counsel, and have come back with these scenarios that are before you. The one thing that I would add on the receiver's numbers was, you know, that were run in October. We think that, you know, the market was so volatile in October, and we don't think that you would have been able to sell a bond with a BBB rating at 6% during that time. I think, you know, that was more of a target maybe that they were running. Currently, the legislation has a maximum interest rate of 9%, which we think is reasonable for not a reasonable cost to the government, but reasonable to have flexibility to enter the market. And that's not to say that that's a target. You know, our strategy that we're going to employ is to get to the highest rating possible and the lowest cost. You know, hopefully that is 7%. As Russ said earlier, Puerto Rico was in the market with a triple B general obligation earlier in January. And that transaction at a 10-year maturity was approximately 6.5%. So, using that as a benchmark, if we're looking at a triple B transaction, for Guam of this nature, we think that, a 7 to 9% sort of window, if you will, is a reasonable assumption for a maximum rate. That doesn't mean we're going to issue bonds at 9%.
Okay, I just, thank you. I want to back up a little bit. Under what authority did GITA have to issue, did you, Mr. Blas, did you issue an RFP to solicit interest for this kind of financing?
On this one, the only thing we did, the most recent one we did is the RFI.
That's the request
for interest, yeah, to find different alternatives. Because this is a BOT, a build, operate, and leaseback project, and to be located in the facility.
So what happens if this authorization is passed? Will you then have to do an RFP?
RFP, then we have to go and do an RFP. We want to find out, we need to ascertain interest.
An underwriter has not been selected yet?
No, February 19th. You're talking about an underwriter or this RFI?
An underwriter for this bond
on this
proceeds.
one, yes. We selected for the underwriter.
Under what authority?
It's GITA.
Well, my understanding, and I want to share, Mr. Chairman, with our colleagues here, it's another example of how we're doing everything backwards. If you look at the history of this whole consent decree process, even the site was selected before the scientific analysis and the engineering design. And there was a comment that Speaker Pangilinan made, in a very, very good point to Ms. Limtiaco, Mr. Regis, to GITA, outlining the process by which these bonds are authorized. We passed legislation requiring GITA to do an RFP within 60 days, and for what purpose and at what interest rate. Then you get people submitting interest based on that RFP. They go through, the motions of fine-tuning this to the point where when they develop the indenture, the legislature has to approve the indenture. Now, I'm even more perplexed about how an underwriter has been selected when there was no legislative authorization in the first place.
Senator, if I may speak to that process, the way GITA handles this is when there is an interest for financing, we normally do the exploratory work. We normally go through the process of selecting an underwriter on the caveat that this is anticipated financing. And they help us structure different scenarios of the financing because they're out in the market, they're the experts in it, and then we bring those options to the legislature for final approval. And it's not until that point, they understand that it is a anticipated financing. There is no, there's no commitment until the bonds are
But
it's contingent on legislative
But there is
approval.
a financial commitment on this case, Bank of America, because Ali is here.
Bank of America is a financial advisor for
the government.
For the government on total financing.
So who is the underwriter that's been selected subject to legislative authorization?
We've gone through the RFP process, and we've selected Russell Regis, who's from the company of Piper Jaffray and Citi. Tim Radigan from Citi. And those are the two companies. Yes. Citi's the lead on the GO and Piper's second. Correct.
That's correct.
Is this normal, this process? maybe not within the last 6 years, because a lot of things in the last 6 years, for me, it's not normal.
We've done this. We've always done this because what it is when we come to the legislature, we want to provide us a full picture of what is available, what is out there, and so because.
But is this proper pursuant to the procurement process?
Yeah, we've done it under the procurement process. GITA's authority to select underwriters. There's a section in GITA's statute that allows underwriter selections.
But then again, this speaks to legislative buy-in.
Right.
You've selected an underwriter, and they agreed to work with GITA on the condition that this will be subject to legislative approval.
Correct.
But then you come to the legislature, and we're meeting with the underwriter who's giving us guidance and letting us see what the marketability of this bond is. But then again, you just have no legislative buy-in from the beginning of this process, but rather the end.
But they're here to work with us as far as, I mean, if you want, we're presenting different options based on what they see in the market. If there's something else that you'd like us to review, research, they can also do that for us. They're here to help us structure the financing and not to dictate it at this point.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm extremely concerned about at this point, Mr. Chairman. But would it be appropriate for me then to strike Section 1 of the bill?
We're still in general discussion at this point in time, and then
okay.
I will go ahead and entertain your request when we reach Section 1.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Spicio. And I think, Senator, you did highlight a particular aspect of this entire process in terms of making a financial commitment when, in fact, we already have a financial advisor to an underwriter. So I think that that's a process that perhaps the committee would consider in reviewing. Senator Matt Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you.
And then,
first up, when you talked about negative arbitrage, I understand that concept, but doesn't it actually cost you more every time you go to the market? Aren't there certain fees attached to every time you borrow? So in the long run, it could potentially cost you a lot more, like going to borrow 4 or 5 times opposed to borrowing once?
Yeah, typically in terms of the cost that you would be evaluating is the fixed costs. And in any given transaction, there are certain fees that are charged on a variable rate basis, what we call a per bond fee. So it's really just contingent upon the size of the financing, and it's a certain amount. And there's another fee, which is the fixed rate component, which is just a flat fee irrespective of what size it is. And so from a cost standpoint, for the variable rate component, it really doesn't matter whether you issue it in 1 or 2 series because it's all based on the size. Whether you split it up into 2 different pieces or sell it all in one bond deal, the cost is going to end up being the same. And so really you're looking at the fixed costs, and those traditionally, you get economies of scale if you could spread that out over one financing versus 2, because you're going to pay for 2 fixed costs if you have 2 different bond deals than one larger single issue. And traditionally, the fees, I don't know if the bond counsel fees, the attorney's fees are typically the fixed cost part of the equation.
Well, could you give us a rough estimate of what those fixed costs are?
Sure. Bond counsel has a fixed component of their fee as well as a variable component of their fee. I think it's something like $50,000 plus a certain percentage of a transaction that's over a certain par amount. There are rating fees, which are typically fixed, anywhere from $25,000 to $75,000. Depending on the credit and review. And then there are sort of the fixed transaction fees that are, printing the offering memorandum when you go out. That's kind of a nominal amount, a few $1,000s. Those are some of the examples of costs. I don't, depending on the actual transaction and the parties involved. We typically go out and get fee quotes competitively for things like printing and the like. But But the legal fees, I would think, are the probably legal and rating fees are probably the largest components of the fixed rate costs.
So in a ballpark, if you go for a $50 million bond issue, what are we talking about here? 100 grand, 200 grand, $500,000? And fixed fees? Just give or take, a rough ballpark based on your historical experience.
Maybe $250,000?
300.
Quarter mil?
Right.
About a quarter mil each time you issue it.
Sure.
Give or take in fixed fees. Okay. And now, obviously, this market is unlike any of you have ever seen before in your lifetime, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, it's unlike anybody's ever seen before in their lifetime. So really, though you guys are speaking with years of expertise, you really don't have a clue as to what's going to happen tomorrow. You've got an idea, but you can't say with any degree of certainty what's going to happen, correct? I mean, there's a good possibility that what if the market did open up and you could issue a $50 million bond at, say, 9%, and then the only other possibility after that would be at 20%. That's a real possibility, correct?
Correct.
So really, even though we were looking at a fixed 9% with this authorizing legislation, there's a real possibility that we'd never be able to do that. But to finish this project, we might have to issue bonds at 15, 20, 30%, which might cost us billions of dollars in financing.
There is a risk that interest rates will go up just as much as they could possibly go down. You're right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. Senator Pangilinan, we're going to go with one single question. Again, allowance here, so please, if by any chance you have any additional questions, just one, and then we're going to proceed with section 1. Speaker Pangilinan had his hand raised.
Thank you very much. And the question I have, though, is to give Gita some homework. And that is, we do know, and it's kind of following Senator Rector's discussion on negative arbitrage and so forth. The project itself for this landfill has certain requirements at certain phases in the project. We had this initial earth moving and road construction at $8.2 million. That's the cash requirement for that. We have $20 million in the bank. There's 11.8 sitting there, waiting for the next phase of the project. We asked the receiver, when's that next phase going to be? And that'll be when you begin construction of the cells. When does he expect to get the permit to actually begin the construction? And the court, I think, is requiring that that permit be obtained by August of this year. So conceivably, between now and August, he doesn't need any more money between the 10.8, maybe except for his fee. But his fee is going to come from the tipping fees that we collect. So I want to get, and he gave that to me, but I want Gita to take a look at that with your financiers, to take a look at what are the dates in which he's going to issue a contract or issue a bid, and what's the cost of that bid be for that project. So once he gets the landfill permit in August, he's going to issue a bid for the first cell, let's say, and that's going to cost 10 million or 15, 20 million. Then he's going to, once that's done, then he's going to issue another phase of the project, and some of it could be concurrent and running at the same time. Some of it would be phased so that one has to be completed before he goes to the next. So what's the next phase of the project, and what's the cost requirement going to be based upon his construction schedule? And this is all going to come out over 3 years. And so what do we need to borrow at each of, or how much cash do we need at each phase of that? And so then we can make a decision, I think, in terms of how do we structure the financing? Because while Mr. Senator Rector thinks the market can go to 20%, if he wants to bet, I'll bet that it won't. And he thinks it will, I think it won't, and we'll both be either wrong or right. But I don't think it's going to be. And I think it's going to be, for us, a little bit more, the risk ratio of the market going up 20% or going down 3%, I think is for me better going down 3 than rising 20. So I don't want to borrow the 160 and park $40, $50 million in a bank account and suffer the the consequence of negative arbitrage. I don't think the risk is that great on that issue, so that I want to be able to structure it so that I will borrow 50 million, let's say, authorize that the first issue shall be no less than 50 million for this, because that's what he needs up until March of 2010. At the end of 2010, based upon the construction schedule and the bid schedules, he's going to need another 40 million. And I'll then authorize the issue that after March 10, you can issue and go back out to the market for the 40 million. So that I want to be able to see that and kind of get for myself, make that kind of decision of how to structure the financing and the phases for the issuance of this, so that we avoid having this negative arbitrage problem that I think is very real in this case, given the current market conditions. So just so that we can have that, at least from my perspective, to make the best decision we can, I'm going to request that from GETCA and the financial advisors.
Thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. I take it that you're requesting that information no later than first thing in the morning? Or if not, is not by tonight. You did, Mr. Speaker Pangilinan, allude to a schedule of cash payments which has been provided to the legislature, but I think there's a key component of your request, and that is the actual cash required to be able to secure a particular bid during the phases of the construction. And that's different from the schedule, because I know that Representatives Aguirre were about ready to share that information, but I think it's more or less...
That's completely different.
Yes.
The cash schedule that Mr. Manning has given to all of us and is in his October 22nd report is not tied at all to the construction project management schedule.
That's where the clarification. Thank you, Speaker Pangilinan.
It's structured so that he continually has 20 million in the bank, no matter if he, so that at least $1 million is deposited a week, whether he needs it or not.
Thank you again. Is there an understanding of the question?
Yes.
Because it's the cash requirement for each phase.
To clarify, and I do agree that it should, the projects, the consent decree itself contains what the projects are necessary, and I think those are issues that, the project, when they start, is a key component, because as we found out in the initial, just for the earthwork, that because of it was a competitive bid, that it was actually lower. And we expect and we hope that that will be the case with the rest of the projects, but we do, I myself requested that, on what, whether it's cell one and the work associated with that, or the sewer line, or the work associated, there are different projects that comprise the total.
Exactly.
Consent decree. So when they actually start, or it's necessary to start,
right,
is also, because I did ask that question of the receiver, and what they wanted to do was start as much of the work as required during the dry season, because during the rainy season it's
so and you can't work in a rainy season.
No, exactly.
Especially up there. For example, just real quick, we got 20 million in the bank sitting. We're paying interest on that 20 million, and we only needed 8.2. So why? And I'm sure that loan is not at 4%. Knowing my good friend who's become a great banker, I'm sure it's not at 4%, but she stepped up to the plate when this government needed her help, and it's a fair deal given the situation we were in.
Yeah.
If we were in a different situation, it may be a different scenario, but it's a fair deal right now to avert, what was impending.
Right.
And so, but we don't need to have that thing park in a bank when we're paying, let's say, 8% interest, and we're putting it in a TCD that's earning a 1% or 2%.
No, I
and
agree.
it ends up costing us.
Yeah,
that's we're on the same.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Senators, please. Thank you, Speaker Pangilinan. Senator Taitagui, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr.
One follow-up.
Chair. Lester, Lester, were you about to say something in regards to that? Because actually, you were only giving me one question, and that was actually, I had two, and that had pertained to Senator Pangilin's question. But Lester, you were about to explain something with regard to that. Was it explained already?
Yeah, it was explained already, because Speaker Pangilinan's assessment of the cash flow requirements is, in fact, for lack of a better word, padded by a requirement to always have $20 million in reserve. So what I was just going to do is walk over to him just to make sure that, in fact, he needs the actual cash requirement of the projects going forward, and not what it was that was presented with the quote-unquote padding. There are estimates broken out generally by the receiver. The zone construction, I think, is $79 million, but the exact components and how they fit into his construction time frame that he has on a spreadsheet on one of these tabs here, that's what he's asking for, project-specific requirements for funding. And that's a little bit different than what it was that he provided in February 13th. So, no, his approach is accurate.
Thank you. The question, the other one that I had, actually, still get one. Senator Adder was brought up the fact that this bond is like a combination of two, one a general obligation bond and a revenue bond, correct?
With respect to the debt limit, this bond is like a general obligation bond in that it counts towards the debt limit.
But how does the revenue bond phase into this if we were to include the revenue bond? It says it in legislation that it can be a combination?
The legislation allows for a combination of tipping fee revenues and Section 30 revenues.
Okay.
And the only distinction between revenue bond and general obligation bond is that there's a finite amount of revenue, and the general obligation is the full faith and credit of the government.
Understood. So I have a question with regards to the marketability of this scenario.
That's an extended single question, but I will allow it. Senator Taitugui.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Brownie point. In the event, and there is talk, and believe me, we had discussions with the Codell that was here today, and through the grapevine, I'm hearing that the military may build their own dump or landfill. Now, wouldn't that reflect on the revenues that the amount of money that we're pledging to this bond have an effect on the revenue generated from the landfill? I mean, they're giving us estimates on the tipping fees based on one landfill. What if the military comes in, builds their landfill? That takes half of the tipping fees away, would it affect the revenue bond? If we use tipping fees with regards to going out there floating a bond?
Yeah. Well, generally speaking, a tipping fee only revenue bond transaction is much less secure than the Section 30 pledge. And especially given the fact that if you look at the solid waste operations, if an investor were to look solely to the tipping fee revenue stream as repayment for its bonds, then they're going to want to see a track record of previous ability to not only pay for the operations and maintenance of the solid waste fund, but some sort of implied ability to fund the debt service on top of that. And I think just given the position that the solid waste system is currently in, obviously they're making some headway in terms of moving forward and evaluating a viable rate increase or rate increases, for the future to be able to sustain a bond deal. I don't think that it has the track record yet to say to an investor, look, I've demonstrated that I'm able to pay my operations and maintenance costs, and I have some cushion to pay debt service on a proposed bond issue. For that reason, the tipping fee backed revenue bond is not saleable in the marketplace as a result of that. And hence, that's why you would need some sort of backstop in the form of, a Section 30 pledge to augment that in the interim.
Well, being in the finance business, if we were going to float this bond out, we would have the opportunity for the investors to look at both areas and include them in this bond.
Yeah.
Revenue and general obligation.
Yes. And this gets to, I guess, the second potential strategy for trying to deliver, again, the highest rating for this financing, which would ultimately translate to the lowest cost, which would be to go out into the marketplace and to sell a Section 30 backed issue only without tipping fees. I guess the distinction is pledged to the bondholders. And there's a very important distinction between the pledge and the actual repayment of the bonds, which would be, presumably tipping fees. And by isolating the credit strictly to Section 30 in terms of preparing the disclosure that you're going to give to the investor community, you're simply going to have a Section 30 discussion, which is a very strong one, and you do not have to disclose anything related to the solid waste operations, the past track record, the issues with collections and all that might impair the marketability of the financing. Now, if you have a Section 30 only bond, that doesn't preclude you from repaying the bond from tipping fees, but it tries to provide the best marketing appeal to investors, by just keeping it in that structure.
If Senator Taitigui, if I could just answer your question on the military accounts, as I understand it, the receiver's current projections on the increase for tipping fees does not include the potential military account. So, I think if the military decides for some reason not to build their own landfill and they become a customer of the government of Guam, I think those, the tipping fee revenue projections to the general public would significantly be reduced because of that larger account. But I don't think it is included in their current projections.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Taitigui. And information to our colleagues, please be very mindful that we're going to be going through the proposed legislation section by section, so there will be other opportunities to present questions as we proceed. But two other individuals that I've yet to recognize, Senator Gutters and then Senator Frank Ross. Senator Gutters, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is my first time to have an opportunity to ask questions of the panel. So I'd like to start with a very basic question. And I hope our listening audience is really focusing on this, because I think this question may help us. Now, in terms of being our financial advisor, that's the role of the Bank of America representatives we have here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I want to ask you for some advice.
Okay.
Now, objectively looking at this plan, which is reflected in Bill 51, to go out to the bond market to borrow approximately $160 million or more. Does that make sense to you as our financial advisor, or is there a better way to do this?
I think given the timelines that are involved, as well as the big picture of the court order, I think that the legislation as proposed provides the greatest flexibility for the government to pursue different options with respect to the bond financing, as well as an alternative option with respect to a public-private partnership. So yes, I think I think the legislation provides the government with the flexibility to explore different alternatives in a prudent manner.
So in other words, this is simply one option. One option.
The bond financing is one option.
The bond
Correct.
financing is one option, but there are other options, including the public-private partnership and the private activity bond, and the fact that Gita, now it's Gita, I'm so happy it's back to Gita. I don't know where Gekka came
Me
from.
too.
Gita. Anyway, Gita, really, was that your bill? I'm sorry, Ben. Well, I grew up with Gita, so it's hard for me to say Gekka. Anyway, I'm sorry, Ben. Yeah, okay. Right. Okay. Yes. Anyway, So, oh, I don't feel bad about it. You know, most people still call it Gita, you know, Gita. Anyway, so this is, the bond is just one option. There are other options. Now, I understand the timelines of the court, and I understand the pressure, and I understand the receiver and all this. But, Mr. Blas, we have a request for information out there. And the deadline to receive the input is February 19th, just a few days from today. Today's the 17th, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the 19th would be on Thursday, right?
Thursday. At
Thursday.
12 p.m.,
Now,
yeah.
12 noon?
12 noon.
12 noon, okay. Now, what happens if we get responses to that request for information on the 19th that are very viable? How will that affect this idea of going out on the bond market to borrow all this money at probably a very high interest rate when the request for information may result in various companies saying to the people of Guam, look, we're willing to finance this, the closure of the Ordat dump, the building of a new landfill at our expense in return for the tipping fees that would be at a reasonable level for a period of years, just like the way we handle the school construction, which I think was very creative and very positive. What do we do? Or, you know, what will the administration do? Will it push for the bond financing, or will it actively consider these private initiatives?
Sure. Senator, again, this is a consent decree issue, so that's the reason why we need this revenue authorization as outlined by the court. On the leaseback option is also included in this piece of legislation, Bill 51, as well. When we do this RFI, and we, of course, this will be a public event, we will provide to all the media, to members of the Guam Legislature, and also, of course, even to the court, and to the receiver, that this is another option available. And this is the reason why we need to ascertain interest. Are there enough, companies who think that they can deliver this product that all of us want? You know.
I'm just worried that you know, the way the court has been acting, kind of funny, that as soon as we authorize the bond float, that's what they're going to push, and they're not going to want to consider the potential different private companies that want to participate.
You know, also, I need to tell you that the court even made the comment that the Judge gave us as the government finds another viable financing alternative. And so, again, this is right here. It tells us this is why what we're doing is to ascertain interest.
Okay. Going back to our financial advisor, assuming that new Bill 51 would include authorization for a bond float plus the public-private partnership and the RFIs that come back on the 19th show very strong interest from the private sector to do this. As our financial advisor, would you advise us to pursue the public-private partnership rather than the bond float? I want to know for the record how our financial advisor would advise us.
I think depending on the indications of interest that come back, GITA then needs to pursue a formal RFP process to get more detail about what these companies are proposing.
Okay.
At that point in time, we'll then look at both the viability and the cost comparison of that alternative versus the bond financing, and the administration will then make a decision going forward. But until that point in time, I think we still need to comply with the court's order as they've said that the administration needs to move forward with and show good faith effort in pursuing the bond financing option, and that they are open to finding any other viable options.
See, that's what I'm worried about, that although we may be able to identify potential private sector partners, and you go to the next step, Tony, for the RFPs.
That's right.
The court may not go along with that delay that would be entailed in furthering this possibility through RFPs, and may force us into the bond float. So that's my concern, and I want to register that on the record, that I believe a private sector solution, whatever that private sector solution is, would be in the best interest of our community if the terms are fair and reasonable.
That's right.
And that would be manifested in the tipping fees. And I think the challenge really of the administration is to convince the court, if we have viable alternatives, that we need to consider these viable alternatives in a more direct way, and not just in a passive way because it's referenced in the court order. You see, I'm worried that even though we find these potential alternatives from the private sector, that we'll still be forced to go to the bond market and borrow all this money. By the way, I have one more question and I'll move away. Mr. Chairman, the $20 million that was successfully borrowed and has been banked at Citibank, is there anyone in the government of Guam at this time now overseeing and double-checking the disbursement of those funds, or is it still up to Mr. Manning and his boss to sign off only? Do we have any GovGuam official or representative countersigning the withdrawals now?
Yeah. I'll have, can I have Shannon answer that? Thank you.
By the way, Shannon's a former student. She's very good.
Thank you, Senator. DOA had the same concern as you do, Senator, and so because of that concern, we did bring it up to the Attorney General's office, who I believe has been communicating with the receiver on this issue. I still haven't received a response from the Attorney General's office, but I will follow up with them on your behalf.
Please do, because that's a sore spot with me, that there's no one in this government that presently, whether it's the Treasurer of Guam or any other official, that signs off on any withdrawals from that $20 million account, and it's strictly up to the receiver to decide when to take the money out, how to use it. With respect to that, how about the interest on that $20 million that's accruing in Citibank? Where's that going? Does that go to the receiver? Does that come back to the government of Guam, or is it up to the receiver to decide how to use that interest on that $20 million?
The interest itself stays in that account. However, in the proposal with regard to the $1 million, $1 million a week deduction, the interest, the potential interest to be earned from that 20 million is factored into the schedule of the funds that are going to be taken from the general fund or from the government in general. It's factored in there. So it's the interest potential of the 20 million as well as the tipping fees were all factored in. So it comes right back.
Okay. And my last one is, last week there was a media report on the disbursement of monies to the receiver authorized by the court for this recent pay cycle to reimburse the receiver and to pay the receiver the salaries, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the items that was reported on really disturbed me, because I thought we had resolved this question in a roundtable discussion. I remember asking, I think a couple other senators asked, is the receiver paying gross receipts taxes on Guam? And he said, yes, his company pays GRT. Fine, we were all very happy. But I understand from the media report that one of the items the court authorized for reimbursement to the receiver was GRT payments. To reimburse the receiver for the GRP payments that the receiver company paid to Gov Guam. Are you aware of that?
We're not aware of that at this moment, but we do know that the auditor, Deloitte and Touche, is looking at the receiver's request for reimbursement.
It's their billings.
Yeah, their billings. Yeah, their billings.
Okay. Well, I think, I don't think it's right, if this is the case, for the government of Guam to be using public monies to reimburse the receiver for the GRT that the receiver company may be paying to Gov Guam. I don't think that's a legitimate expense to charge the people of Guam. And I would hope that the administration, if that's the case, would take this up with the federal court. I've never heard of such a thing.
That's not the only issue that, in terms of their fees, that we have disagreed with them on. There are other issues with respect to their fees.
Okay.
We are not just, you know, because
But
we
will
do,
you add this to your list, George? Because
yes,
this
because
is...
the Deloitte and Touche actually is looking at their fees. I asked for an audit of their fees to be done.
Okay.
And that to ensure that, you know, that it's appropriate. Whatever they're charging is appropriate. To make sure of that, they did submit a billing for an item that I said no. We're not going to pay it.
That's fine.
You know, and that's really,
Well,
and the court may come back and say you pay it, but
Yeah.
you know, at this point we certainly are looking at their billings and ensuring that whatever they as receivers are entitled to for their fees is paid, and whatever is not shouldn't be.
Okay, well, please add this to your list because if the court authorized the reimbursement for GRT, I think that's wrong and we should challenge that. That's not right to all the other companies and businesses that come to Guam to do business that have to pay GRT, and to all the local businesses that pay GRT. I think that would be very questionable. So please add that to your list and let us know what you find out on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. I think the next is Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I go on with a question, George, you said that there was an item that they had on their, I guess, their billing that you had contention with, you disapproved. What was that?
They were actually, as receivers and as, you know, solid, in charge of solid waste, they had been negotiating with the JICPO with respect to the military's participation in the landfill. We have to, you know, they had the type of waste that will be coming from the military, of course, has to be identified, and which we will accept. But we're not just going to accept any waste from them. We need to know exactly what they will be, because we do want them as a customer, because it does lower the cost of tipping fees for, you know, the general public overall. Their negotiating time with JICPO, you know, had been charged to the government, or they billed us for it as part of their fees, and we did receive a grant through the Office of Economic Adjustment for a waste study and an analysis of what the military's waste would be. And that would, in effect, determine ultimately what their tipping fee would be for the military. Fortunately, I mean, it wasn't covered in the scope of the grant, so I just denied their payment.
That's interesting, because did they work outside the bounds of the authority granted to them by the district court, or even through an agreement made with the government of Guam as to what they can and cannot negotiate in behalf of the government of Guam for?
Well, they, you know, and that's where, as I had mentioned also at the hearing, that, you know, there are, of course, some items that, some issues that I certainly don't agree with the receiver. But they have made it clear that, you know, as receivers, they were granted broad authority by the court. But, however, I did inform both the governor and the attorney general that negotiating on behalf of the government of Guam and without a government of Guam representative there, whether it's the attorney general or whether it's anybody from the governor's office, our legal office, that would negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the military or JICPO on behalf of the government of Guam. The governor's signature, the governor was expected to sign off on that. We told them flatly no. If we're not involved in the process, then we certainly wouldn't sign off on it.
Mr. Chair, just one more question with regards to going down the line, and I know I'm going outside the bounds of this discussion here, but did that discussion and did that attempt by the receiver with JICPO, could that have potentially detrimentally impacted in our ability to be able to negotiate with the military?
Well, I'm not sure if it was detrimental. The point I was trying to make with the receiver is that, you know, don't expect the governor to sign a document that he was not a party to in negotiating, and you know, and it ended at that. That was it.
Okay.
We never heard from them again.
Thank you. Well, okay, then the question I did have, and actually it goes in line with the question that was brought up by the good senator from Barragata Heights. Masada is called by Senator Cruz. Bertha, if I remember correctly, you responded and as far as the interest gain earned on the $20 million that we have, right? Okay, let me expand this now, and I think that was a question, and I'm not sure whether you answered it, or is what about the interest, the potential interest earned on, let's say that this thing does pass, and you do have the authority to go out and float the full amount. Okay, which right now I'm confused as to how much we're asking for. But let's say at $169 million, $159 million. What about the interest, the potential interest earned, gained on that? What happens to that money?
If it is a Section 30 backed financing, the way the indenture flow of funds works is that the interest earnings on those funds would flow through the Section 30 funds. If it's the reserve fund, it'll stay in the reserve fund until it gets released. If it is the construction fund, it stays in the construction fund until such time that it's not deemed that it's necessary to be used, and it will flow to the surplus fund, which then flows to eventually to the general fund. Does that?
Yeah, I'm just going back in annals of history with regards to how, you know, we find monies tucked away in different places, and I just, you know, I'm trying to figure a mechanism that can be utilized so that it is actually used to help to pay down the debt service on this. And if there's a way that it can be anticipated as to what conservatively the interest earned on this while it's sitting in an account and used as an accelerated payment, this will help to bring down this cost.
Yeah, with respect to one of the funds that would be expected to be funded through the bond transaction is a cash-funded reserve fund. And this typically in the bond community provides additional protection for bondholders to be, you know, increasing the marketability of the transaction. And typically that amount is funded at the lesser of 3 tests. It's a tax constraint. It's 10% of par. The lesser of 10% of par 125% of average annual debt service or maximum annual debt service. So depending upon which trigger it hits, that will be the amount that's funded. And obviously, since that is a cash amount, there are going to be earnings that are going to be earned on that debt service reserve fund until the life of the financing arrives, in which case typically the corpus, that cash funded reserve, is used to make the last payment on the obligation. Now, usually the interest rate earnings that accrue from the debt service reserve fund, those are used as a credit to the debt service payments themselves. And that's typically, in the bond community, what most issuers utilize with respect to the debt service reserve fund. The only instance in which the flow of funds would be somewhat different is if there's a construction fund in the earlier part of the financing, in which case you could set it up such that the debt service reserve fund earnings actually flow to the construction fund through the life of the construction fund, and once that's depleted, then any monies remaining thereafter in terms of earnings from the reserve fund just get used to pay debt service. But it does reduce your debt service cost on an annual basis, the amounts that you accrue from the debt service reserve fund, the earnings on that fund.
Okay. George, with regards to the amounts that have been requested, have been basically ordered by the courts for us to pay. Has the administration done its part in being able to qualify whether in fact these, that there is projects that will equal this amount, or did they just take this number out of the air and?
No, Senator. I think if you look at even at the court order,
sure,
there's a column at the end of the beginning of the after the actual order, where the payments, schedule of payments, and you will see the payments for consent decree projects. So those are the projects that the receivers have listed as, or the amounts that they estimate are necessary to complete whatever these projects. And I know that with respect to the receiver has looked at the consent decree and determined that these are the projects and these are the estimated costs. We don't feel that that necessarily could be the case, the actual amount, because through the competitive bidding process, we hope that would be able to be brought down, and we feel that could be the case, particularly in the first issue of in the first issuance of the civil project. There were, I think, 6 bidders or something. I'm not sure exactly how many, but there was a competitive atmosphere in terms of the bidding, so that brought the cost down. We hope that will be the case for the rest of the projects, but at the same time, I think the order does provide that, and we're running a dual track here. To satisfy the court's order, we need the authorization, but we still feel that that other alternatives are viable, and at the end of the day, it clearly, it's up to the government of Guam to prove that to the court that these alternatives are much more viable than than the direct finance or the government-owned facility, owned and financed and owned facility. We feel that's not necessarily the case, but that's a difference of opinion that we have with the receiver. Clearly, the receiver believes that it should be a government-owned and operated facility. But we don't share that same view. But the burden is on the government to prove to the court that this other option or other alternative, whether it's a private-public partnership, whether it's different municipal leaseback, it's viable. Then that burden is on us to show that it is.
Hence this is what we're waiting for on the 19th, right? Or
pardon me?
What is it? Hence, this is what is being expected
to
do on the 19th or 20th to get it?
Yeah, actually, that's why we at the when several weeks ago when we had a discussion with the governor and the finance team and Gita, we wanted to ensure that the RFI went out because we wanted to know if there were companies out there that were interested in doing a landfill project on Guam.
So
And-
is there then the possibility, Senator, that after the discussions or as a result of the discussions that we anticipate to be, that supposed to be with Gita on the 20th?
Yeah, their closing of the
That we-
RFI
yeah.
would be the 19th, and the RFI identifies, would determine, and I believe that there are, I think 9 or 10 responses to the RFI. Then we would proceed to the next process of the RFP, which actually then is much more detailed and would in detail require, have these companies provide their alternative, and essentially what in general, we would look at is whether, and the court was clear that that the judge would consider that, provided that it does not delay or impede the timetable of the consent decree. And I think that's the bottom line. And we believe that through, that we can meet the consent decree timelines. We believe it through either public-private partnership or any other alternative mechanism. But again, we would have to go to the court and to the receiver and say, here's whether it's a PPP or a municipal leaseback that meets the timelines of the consent decree and accomplishes everything, including building a new landfill and closing order. And so we feel that this is the best alternative to proceed, because whether it's on a cost basis, that it saves money for the, in the end it's cheaper, or reduce tipping fees, or for a number of reasons, but that is clearly advantageous to the government to proceed down this path.
So conceivably, there could be a possibility that we may not need $159 million.
Well, I think on the problem is that in the court order where the first order that she issued, is that clearly the judge has said the legislature authorizes. One of the requirements to comply with the court order is that the legislature authorizes, without the need for any further legislative authorization or action, the maximum amount of bonds needed for full implementation of consent decree projects. That's really the gist of, I guess, the essence of Bill 51, one provision, once the Section 2, or that, that refers to, that authorizes the governor to issue the bonds. The other sections, of course, take into account the other alternatives, and which we want to explore. Public-private partnerships, there's also municipal leaseback, but there could be other companies with other technologies that would achieve the same purpose, and so we're looking at all of that, and we want to be able to review that, looking at it from what's going to be the best, in the best interest of the people of Guam, both in cost and in compliance with protecting the health and welfare, or the health of the community.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blas. One final question follow-up question from Senator Calvo, and then we're going to proceed to Section 1 in a more expedited manner in terms of entertaining questions. I do have a hand raised for Senator Espadon, and he has yet to be recognized on general comment, so I will open it to provide you that opportunity. And I see Senator BJ, Vice Speaker BJ, also raising his hand for a follow-up question. So, Senator Calvo, you have the floor at the moment.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, going back to the I want to get some clarity how the decision-making process will occur. Let's say we have the bill in front of us here, and it leaves this legislative body ratified relatively intact, where you have the GO/Rev bond, you have the lease back, and maybe some other proposals, a PAB or something else. So what will occur then is the administration working with GITA will look at the varying options. In one hand, you folks will be looking at the trending and the general obligation RO bond. You folks will start looking at the RFIs and RFPs on whatever has been mandated in regards to whether it's an option on leaseback or PP or public-private partnerships. Then once you have an idea on it and you say this is our best estimate, then you are going to present this to the administrator, the receiver. And I just want to get clarity here. Would the receiver be the final decider of this, or would it be the judge or the court?
It would be the judge, and it's in her court order that anything that occurs has to have, the court has to be satisfied with it. So clearly, it is the court that in the end will have the final say. We can go over there and when all these actions are done and present, we have to, the receiver would be the one, we would present to the receiver and explain to them why we feel this option is the best. Then we would still have to, of course, present that to the court because it is the court.
So the court would be the final determinant?
Yes.
Okay. Just one last question. Again, I beg your indulgence, Mr. Chair. We have to move on this thing, but again, all of us have had the opportunity to kind of bend the ear of these congressional delegation that came in here. And I had some statements I made some real simple statements to some of these folks from Congress. Number one, hey, we don't got money. Number two, we have some major issues, including the solid waste. So number three, we want money from you. Now, let's say, I said it a little bit more diplomatic at the dinner and breakfast. Oh, you were there. Oh, excuse.
Senator Calvo, please proceed.
You mean Congresswoman Bordalia didn't invite you, Senator?
If I could continue, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know. I mean, you're
Senators, please.
Chair for President Obama's campaign. You're on.
One of the privileges of being a super minority leader,
Senator
is to be
Calvo,
invited to
you
these
still have the
things.
floor. Please proceed.
If you almost late, I'm losing my train of thought. Excuse me. Give me 30 seconds. Where was I going with this? Thank you very much, Senator from Barrigada. Okay. Let's say, and whatever option we go through, we have the whether it's a GO bond and with a Section 30 backing and it's just a fallback, or it's whatever public-private partnership, whatever it has, and we need that. Obviously, the tipping fees aren't very secure at this point. But let's say we move 3 or 4 months henceforth from here. Hey, maybe one of the congressmen, we bent the right ear, and we get some sort of support, and whether it's some new initiative that comes through, new appropriation. Again, and since it's coming from the feds, we could use this money. This funding source would be viable for the purposes of paying a partial, if not all, of this cost. Would there be a recourse for us once this thing moves along and the train is in the tracks and we're moving, and let's just say they do get an appropriation, and that appropriation, or even a formalized agreement from the military that they are going to have an appropriation in the defense funding for not only, and since they do know that they're going to be part of the waste stream, for funding the new landfill, as well as maybe their conscience will get the best of them, and they'll realize that they had a part in creating that old dump. So there is some sort of subsidization to pay for the old dump, and whether it's some Superfund site funding source or some other. Is there a way to change this thing in midstream if something becomes available in the future?
Should I speak to that?
Whoever wants to respond.
I think absolutely. I think the only point at which you run into problems is if you're already out in the market, taking orders from investors. Investors don't like to see their transaction that they've done their due diligence on and put actual interest in and actually set aside capital for pulled away from them. But, and then, afterwards, I think there may be an ability, and maybe Russ, you can speak to this, there may be an ability to, to redeem those bonds at one point in time. But I think that if we...
Sure, and I guess it's a potentiality of whatever option we take. If it goes to a general obligation, I see where we're basically stuck. But maybe in some of the other options, and maybe your experience with other options, and whether it's the lease back or PAB, could there be potentially some flexibility?
Well, I think in terms of, because we've tried to, in this last stimulus package, try to get in funding for the landfill. We did transmit and had been working with Congress on it. Unfortunately got cut, but we're not giving up. We're still going that route. I think, and that's why I think issuance of these bonds in series is important, but the authorization should also be there, the full. But we issue the bonds in series so that, I know that March, probably Congress is going to take up, we have another shot at securing or getting free money from Congress, but we won't know if that's going to happen. We don't know that March is going to be there'll be another window of opportunity for that, and we're working on that.
And I guess in closing, it's a little bit of a concern because obviously we're going to be in that train real soon, and it'll be going down at a fairly high rate of speed. I guess it just means for all of us here as we move forward. I do know that there may be some funding available, and they have the education, the stimulus package that deals with education. We still have that JFK school to be built. That as we move forward, that if we're going to get ourselves into any one of these options, once we've gotten to these options, we have to look at what sacrifice that has occurred, and then when we deal with the federal government, whatever that sacrifice was, we're going to need to find a way for recompense or subsidization in whatever that sacrifice may have been. Okay, thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much, Senator Calvo. Senator Espadon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I find this discussion very enlightening, and in fact, I've been listening throughout everybody's questions and comments, and it helps me formulate really a lot of questions in my own mind, and also, it helps me do the analysis in terms of this bill. There is a question I do need to ask, perhaps of Bertha or Lou, in terms of Section 30 funds. Now, that seems to be a real stickler in terms of adding that, having that become a component of any bond borrowing measure. Right now, Bertha or Lou, if you could just answer some very basic questions. Right now, we get about how much in Section 30? And what do we anticipate over the next year or two?
You caught her when she was counting her coins for her contribution. You may proceed, Bert.
Section 30.
Section 30 is aggregate collections over the last 5 to 7 years. Is around 42 million. And right now we're under a memorandum of understanding for past recent reconciliation that found that some of our the payments have been overpaid over recent years.
Okay.
So we receive there was a redistribution of 24 million beginning fiscal year 2009 through 2012 of 5.8 million. So net of that, we arrive at about 38 million for Section 30.
Per year?
Yes. And then
38 million per year.
And
okay.
when it arrives, they shave off debt service right on arrival at Bank of Guam. That's the first thing they do.
Okay.
Is take for the debt service, which is an aggregate of about 12 to 13 million.
Okay.
And then the balance of what's left, it gets deposited into the general fund, which at this point is sitting at about 22 to 25 million.
Somewhere between that range.
That's correct.
Okay. Now going forward, and of course I'm sure the administration has been kind of privy into the numbers that we're looking at as the military personnel increase on this island. When are we going to start seeing some increases along those lines?
Well, in the deficit elimination pro forma that we developed and we are constantly updating, we expect to achieve about 100 million in Section 30 by the year 2014. We factored in beginning and depending on whether or not there are any further delays with regard to the arrivals. We are going on the premise that it's going on schedule, so we have not changed the matrix, and the matrix factors in 3,000 additional to Section 30 over the next three fiscal years, which aggregate around 18 million on top of
the 38. So we're talking 56.
About 56. Well, actually, yeah,
Right.
you're
I
correct.
mean, before Bank of Guam's, right.
That's right.
Right, okay.
If not for the 24 that we recently had to redistribute to pay back, we would be hitting the 100 million. So if you take away 24 from 100 million, we'll be about 80 million by 2011 or.
So in about 2 or 3 years, we should be looking at about, so we're going to be jumping from 38 million to about 80 to 100 million in about 2 to 3 years.
That's correct.
In Section 30 funds.
I do have more specific breakdown of that, and when I come to it, I can share it. I do want to point out that the potential for Section 30 was also factored into the updated deficit elimination pro forma. So in spite of the increase, we're still tracking at achieving deficit reduction by at least to a manageable level of about 150, thereabouts 160 million by about 2014, and a complete elimination by 2017. But that factors in the potential Section 30.
All
increase.
of
it. It already factors that in, but it doesn't factor in any other military growth activity. That's the thing. I believe that I attribute a lot of our success with Standard & Poor's when we went to bat for a bond rating, for an upgrade on our bond rating, to the fact I saw rather astonished eyes, I believe, among the directors that were present when, in the end, I mentioned that none of the deficit pro forma does not include any military activity except for Section 30.
Okay.
And so they saw that as added strength to what already was a strong presentation.
Right, and basically we've kind of we've been conservative, in other words, basically in presenting our posture going forward. And
yes.
so, really the outlook could be much brighter.
That's right.
Okay.
I wish I could say that.
Well, I mean,
wish
it's nice to be optimistic, but again, being conservative is a good thing.
No, but Senator, I was just leading to something very important that no one has asked yet today.
What's that?
And I wish I could say that we could be that optimistic with the alternative, and the alternative is the $1 million a week.
Right.
And
exactly.
And the $1 million a week is going to cost at least a minimum of 8 hours reduction across the board to all government of Guam employees. And if we spare education, health, and safety, that would come out to 37% of the balance of the fiscal year's allotments.
Right.
And that would shut down every other agency by mid-May.
Well, and I appreciate that, because that was really where I was going. I mean, if we were looking forward to what's coming down the road, do we really need to go down the road of having the receivers of the court reach in for $1 million a week and having our government services suffer? But thank you for answering the question before it was asked. But that then goes to Ollie and Mr. Reyes, right? When we start talking about backing the floating of a bond with Section 30. Mr. Rector, Senator Rector, if you could, thank you, sir. We're just kind of peering over at each other, and but at this point, using the funds available, we're talking about the remaining 22 to 25 million in Section 30 as the pledge, as a backup pledge, right? I mean, that's how that would work. So going forward, even 2 to 3 years from now, that would kind of be, what's the word, consistent, the 23, 24 pledge, and any new monies on Section 30 would then be available for other, for us to use in other ways, right? Is that how this goes? Or is it that every time there is an increase in Section 30 money, that extra money goes into one of the accounts to take care of that?
No, there are the debt service requirements, are what they are, basically. When you issue bonds, your debt service requirements are X. Section 30 money comes in at a certain level, and to the extent that those are higher than projected levels, those should flow through to the general fund after obligations are paid.
Okay.
The ability to issue additional bonds under that same security is limited to 200 times the amount, actually, the ability to issue bonds is limited to the revenues, the requirement that the revenues of Section 30 have to be 200 times the, 200%, I'm sorry, times the amount of additional debt service and maximum annual debt service of all of the obligations that are secured by that pledge.
Okay.
So there's a coverage, there's a debt service coverage factor in when you want to issue additional bonds. But any, the actual requirement of debt service is fixed because you're entering into a fixed rate bond issue.
Right. No, and I understand that. I just want to make sure it was clear with everybody, who are listening out there, and so even just to solidify in my own mind that it is indeed what the process would be. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Espadon. Vice Speaker Cruz, and then we shall proceed with section-by-section analysis.
Thank you. George and Bertha, last week when the court issued its pronouncement on Friday, did I misunderstand the governor that if necessary he was willing to pay the $993,000 a week? Was that how I heard the news story, that if necessary he would pay out the $993,000?
If necessary. Well, I think that's pretty clear with the court order. If we don't get the bill passed, that's going to happen. Maybe that's what.
And he was saying that he would stop paying the tax refunds in order to be able to do this and to.
Talk about the option.
Yeah. Those are, when we getting the court order, and when we got the court order and read through it, and then, we have to be responsible enough to develop options for how are we going to be able to comply with the court order. And so those are different options in terms of what is needed, because I think, I think it would be, we certainly would be a disservice not to look at to examine, explore all the different scenarios that could occur in order to comply with the court order.
The one scenario that I haven't heard discussed today is the payment of about $50 million a year to satisfy the needs of this consent decree. And a $50 million payment, if the Director of Revenue Tax is correct in his pronouncements the other day, is that with a 1% gross receipts gross receipts tax increase, we would be able to raise $50 or $60 million a year on that, on a 1% increase. And would that be a more acceptable way of paying this off, paying the 160 as opposed to paying the 577 or 587?
First, let me clarify that The requirement to cover fiscal year 2009, because the deposits are going to start March, is only 7 months of the fiscal year. So that aggregates to about 29.5 million. So all we need is 1/2 of 1% of GRT to take care of fiscal year 2009. Then a full year, heaven forbid that we would have to go another full year, and that would require the full 52 million, which then can be achieved through 1% GRT.
But this additional GRT is not something that you guys had already factored into the current budget. This is additional income that could be used or segregated completely for paying the $5 million. I mean, the $4 or $5 million a month on this.
That's correct.
On
Yes.
this.
Yeah.
And what would the administration's position be on addressing it in this fashion?
The increase in the GRT?
Yeah. For the
Yeah.
specific purpose of this only.
Well, that's, we have tried in the past for other specific purposes, to increase the tax somewhere, and that is not an option that we have been contemplating.
That is not an option?
No, that is not an option that we have.
Because I'm surprised, because every other time that you've ever appeared here, there's always been that one chorus of...
Yeah, and every time that we've appeared here with
No,
that,
I
we've got
understand
shot
that,
down, so we're
George,
not
and
gonna
all
appear
I'm
with it
saying
again.
is today I introduced legislation where I was going to address it through a legislative submission, which is pursuant to law, to ask the people, would you rather pay $587 million over 30 years or pay $160 million in 3?
Senator, if you want to, if you wanted to introduce that, then that's purely up to you. But
No,
I'm
it's
saying
already
the
introduced. I'm just
administration's
saying, what would the administration's reaction be to that kind of addressing it in that fashion?
Well, the only time the last time we did that I had discussions with and any sort of increases with the governor, we weren't. So we're not proposing that. That certainly doesn't preclude you from proposing it.
I have proposed it. I have proposed it in the form of a legislative submission to the people, which is required by law. What would the administration's reaction be to that? Would the administration be supportive? Would the administration oppose it?
Senator, right now, the governor, we do not support nor advocate any increase in taxes or any other fees or of that sort. So, and if you wanted to introduce it and certainly if it passes this body, then at that time we will consider it.
Okay. When did this position change? Because I thought the chorus at every hearing, every time you guys have been here is,
Senator, it
we
changed
need revenue
when every
increase.
time we came here with it, you shot it down. So, we're not going to come down here again with it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you, Vice Speaker Cruz. Speaker Pangilinan.
Oh, just one last question. Maybe the economist might be able to
Mr.
help me
Vice Speaker.
understand this. At one of the GITA meetings, Mr. Manning told me, don't worry about the $159 million. It's probably not going to cost that much because the price of gas is going down. The cost of this facility will probably be less. Did I not understand that the price of a barrel was down below 40 the other day, maybe as low as 37? And I thought we just got a breaking news that Mobil just increased the price of gas 15 cents a gallon. Can somebody, an economist, explain that to me?
I'm not an economist. I'm going to talk about the relationship.
Okay, let me proceed to Speaker Pangilinan. I don't think we have an economist in the panel at the moment. Speaker Pangilinan.
Thank you. I just wanted to just ask a question to follow up on information. Ms. Duenas, you mentioned that the Section 30 payments or earmarked for that have been pledged against borrowings of this government totaled 12.4. I thought I was just adding it the other day from the governor's latest submittal, and it totaled 17. So
It could be.
is that the contemplated 2,000?
No, I think that factored in the collateral for the 20 million, which is not in the original. I will have to go and find my.
But it's still being paid out of Section 30.
No, yes.
Yes,
the
right. So
20.
I just added the Section 30
Yeah.
bonds and the source of payment according
Yeah.
to the budget bill, and it totaled 17 in the governor's latest budget submittal.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, it did include it in the
Yes.
governor's budget.
Yes.
The 2010 budget?
Yeah.
Yes, but not this budget, of
Okay.
course, because.
That's right. So that's why when you said 12.
So yes, you're
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Senator, I'm sorry.
All right.
The projection I was explaining was prior to the 2010
10
budget.
Okay.
And since you brought it up, I just realized that the 20 million wasn't factored in that.
Okay.
Okay.
The other thing is that the revenue for projection for the Section 30 is at 42, and you mentioned 38 because of the $5 million reduction. But the governor's 2010 budget, did it show 42, not 38?
No, it showed for a 38.
It showed 38.
The federal sources in the governor's budget includes immigration fees and passport as well. But the one
Section
that we
30
get
component?
for dependents, taxes coming back to us, military taxes coming back to us is 38
So the
in that budget.
the 42 is inclusive of all the other
Inclusive of-
fees.
That's right.
From the
Immigration
section.
fees and passport fees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to.
Thank you, Speaker Pangilinan. Senators, please, if I can get your attention, we will proceed section by section. And if there's any questions, comments, or amendments, please present them. I will entertain them as we move forward. We will, at this point in time, because I believe one of the biggest issues with regards to proceeding with this legislation is understanding the nature of the market conditions. But because I take it that most questions have been responded to, we will proceed section by section in a more timely manner. So with your cooperation, Speaker Pangilinan doesn't have any objections. With your cooperation, we're going to proceed with section by section. On Section 1, Legislative Findings and Intent, Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to get to the heart of this.
I'm sorry, Senator Respicio, if you don't mind, we're going to take a 10-minute break because apparently the panel members have been sitting here for the last
Every time I
hour
try
and a
to-
half, and we're just going to give them a
Every
10-minute
time I try to
10-minute
make
panel
this
break.
amendment,
Thank you, Senator Respicio.
Think it over again.
Of Section 1, any discussion? Senator Respicio, any further discussion on your motion? On that, all those in favor, say aye. Raise your hands. The motion on the floor by Senator Respicio is to delete the entire Section 1, which is the legislative findings and intent. There's been no hands raised for discussion. So on that motion, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Is there an objection? There's no objection? So ordered. Section 1 is hereby deleted. Section 2, enactment of the Guam Solid Waste Management System Revenue Bond Act. On Section 2, Senator Matt Rector, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, I move to amend Section 2, add a new part to Section 1, and amend through Section 6. I have
Section 1 has been deleted, so whatever reference.
Well, I guess
you're
then it would
providing.
be a new Section 1.
Yeah, creating a new section.
Yes. And I have the whole amendment in writing, and I'd like to submit that now.
Please, Sergeant at Arms, if I can get your assistance and distribute a copy of the proposed amendment. There is an amendment by Senator Matt Rector. Senator Rector, if I can get a copy, please, so that I can allude to it. Does everyone have a copy of this document?
Is that a new
We have a proposal. I am sorry, Senators. I do have a 58-page document before me right now that proposes to replace Section 2 with the proposed amendment. On your amendment, Senator Rector, I think that it may take a little time for our colleagues to be able to digest what you have just proffered. Can I just ask you to please discuss your amendment at this point in time so that at least from a sponsor's perspective we can understand exactly what you're proposing. Senator Rector, you're recognized on your amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I'm rather new to the debate over the landfill.
I'm sorry, Senator Rector. Is it the wish of the body that we continue to retain the panel members here? Yes? Okay. Senator Rector, you may proceed.
Okay. Yeah, as I'm new to this process and looking at the landfill, maybe it gave me a chance to look at it with fresh eyes. And as I kept looking over the bond structure and the alternative, which seemed to be the hardworking men and women that public servants of Guam losing a large chunk of their pay, which might mean losing their house or losing their health care or losing some other crucial thing that makes their life palatable, I thought, how can we better solve this and spread the cost evenly and fairly across our entire community, and so that all the stakeholders start paying their fair share. So then I thought, well, this is a dump bill or a landfill bill, and where does everything that goes into our landfill come from? And Guam is incredibly unique that way, in the fact that just about everything that goes into our landfill has come through our port. So as I looked at the numbers and did some calculations and did a little research, I found out that if you want to see the gist of the bill, if you go way back to the back on page 55, you can see that I've created a new waste disposal fee, which will specifically go into an account for the receiver, which would generate approximately $1.4 million a week, which was generated. I've gotten the rates that the port is currently earning, and et cetera, et cetera. And the important part about this is that everybody will pay their fair share. This will generate a large quantity of cash from our military brothers and sisters who shared in the creating of the disaster of the dump and share today in putting new garbage in. And even if they open their own dump, they will still end up paying their fair share. It also means that our tourism brothers and sisters that currently might be exempt from paying GRTs will start paying their fair share. And it means that all the people of Guam will pay their fair share. But really, I know that some people are going to think, wow, $200 for a 20-foot container is a lot of money. So I did some calculations to make sure I could figure out and put it in terms that everybody really knows. $200 on a 20-foot container will add less than half a cent to the price of a can of Spam. Less than half a cent to the price of a can of Spam. And so we can pay for the complete closing of Wardot Dump. We can open a complete landfill. We can get billions of dollars from the federal government and have them start paying their fair share. And at the same time, we can do away with the tipping fee nightmare that we've had, because this will generate enough money so that we no longer have to pay tipping fees. The billing structure is already in place. The port already collects revenue. And they would just automatically transfer it right into a separate account. So I think this is a fair and a new way to look at it, and I think this could solve all of our problems fairly quickly and easily, and it won't cost the people of Guam the $576 million or $1 billion that borrowing the money on the bond market will cost. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector, for your explanation. Any questions or comments? Senator Tom Atta.
Mr. Chairman, because the Port Authority of Guam is under the oversight of my committee, I certainly think that the amendment that the good senator has proffered would have some very significant implications. And so I would suggest that well, I'm not making the motion yet, but I would suggest that we go into recess so that the stakeholders, or those who would be very much affected by this, will have an opportunity to come in and at least provide some feedback as to how this might impact the operations out there, or economically in general. And while it's indicated here that it may basically add on just 1 penny to a can of Spam, I'm just concerned that there may be other implications involved, that this will have far-reaching impact. And so I think we need to go in that direction. It's certainly a bold amendment, but we just need to really look at it closely.
Thank you, Senator Ada. In response to your request, the chair will consider your request, but at this point in time, I'd like to entertain just a couple of senators because they had their hands raised initially. And if the chair and the committee can get your assistance in terms of identifying exactly who from the port that we would need to be able to bring forward so that in fact they can either digest or respond to any questions that would be presented on this initiative. I'd like to also thank the representatives, Senator Bamba and the representatives from the administration, but because this is an amendment to Section 1, and shortly after the completion of any discussion and action on this proposal, we may revert back to the entire legislation, that you make your people please readily available to respond to subsequent questions as it applies to this proposal or to the entire bill, Bill 51. Senator Ada, you had a follow-up statement?
Also, Mr. Chairman, I don't know how soon this amendment will get on the legislative website, but I think it's important also that this be put on the website as soon as possible.
That suggestion has been recognized by the chair of the Committee on Rules. Senator Calvo, you had your hands raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to again thank the mover of this amendment, again, of being creative. Again, that's the importance of, again, having legislatures every 2 years where we have individuals coming in and looking from another perspective. And with that, I want to congratulate the mover of this amendment. But again, if I could just, if the mover of the amendment could please yield to a few questions that I have in regards to this amendment, in particular to the rationale as well as the calculations used in presenting this. And again,
Senator Rector, would you be willing to yield to questions posed by Senator Calvo?
Of course.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, to the mover of the amendment, Senator, again, I'm looking at your calculations here. Can you please give me some detailed information as to the amounts that you have given here in regards, and I'm looking at page 55, and you have, I guess in line 13, 25 feet and less, and you have I guess it would be a phase-in in March 1st, 2009, 25 feet and less, $200 container, over 25 feet, $400 per container, or other cargo, $20 revenue ton. And then, of course, it goes into October 1st, 2009, where you have $206 per container, over 25 feet, $406 per container, and then all other cargo, $20.60 per revenue ton. And then, of course, then your last column, October 1st, where you have 25 feet and less, $212.18 per container, over 25 feet, $412 per container, and then all other cargo, $21.20 a revenue ton. So I guess starting March 1st, 2009, since, again, if this is ratified and signed into law, this will take place within a couple of weeks. Can you please, again, explain to me these numbers that you've given, the breakdown on them, and with that breakdown, how much dollars you have calculated that would be collected as of the March 1st, 2009 timetable for the first phase in.
Thank you, Senator Calvo. Senator Rector, please respond to the question.
Sure. Now, I went through this pretty fast. I mean,
Sure.
obviously, I actually came up with this in the middle of the night 2 nights ago, so I've been rapidly trying to put this together for us and get the numbers right. Basically, I based it on their current tariff structure. The current tariff structure on the wharfage rates at the port is for a 25-foot or less container. They currently charge $62.60 inbound, and for over 25 feet, they charge $107.50 inbound. And then for all other cargo, what is known as the breakout cargo is a term for it, they charge $3.50 a revenue ton. So what I did is I took those numbers and I took a look at what they generated last month as per their financial statement. And last month, with those numbers, they generated for the short containers, $352,980. For the long containers, they generated $946,815. And for the break bulk, which is the all other cargo part, they generated $34,135. So with those rough estimates, I turned the numbers on it, because I wanted to generate the $1 million a week that the court had thus ordered. And with these numbers, it should generate just over $1 million a week. Now, it can be flexible depending on how you look at it, and over the time span, it will generate more as the traffic at the port goes up. But I didn't have time to run those projections.
So, based on the numbers in March 1st, 2009, those numbers you've indicated, 25 feet and less, over 25, and all other cargo, so far in your best estimates, it's about $1 million, additional $1 million a week?
About 1.4.
1.4. Okay, again, I would like to, if you could please provide members of the body these calculations. I'm wondering, the containers you're looking at, under what basis did you calculate this? Are you looking at a 25-foot container, or what type of?
I just use the rate structure that they currently have, and then I use the budget that they, their last financial statement. And I just based it on that. I couldn't tell you if they have such a thing as a 25-foot container.
Yeah.
I think they only have 20s and 40s. But
they have 20s, 40s, and 45-foot containers.
Well, they currently break their structure up into less than 25 and greater than 25. So I did the same. It'll help with accounting purposes at the port. The trick is on this is if we make it as similar to what we have, the accounting system's already in place. And I was thinking, think about the trouble we've had collecting tipping fees. It's been a nightmare in getting the billing structure together, the whole 9 yards. We can eliminate that overhead, we can eliminate that cost, and we can collect it, boom, as soon as it comes on ground. And it's pay me now or pay me later, but this is a way to have the federal government start paying me now.
Now, again, a couple more follow-ups. Again, you were basing this on, again, the rate structure set forth by the port, which looks at strictly, this is a 20-foot container, a 40-foot container, 45-foot container. If you take a look at the rate structure set by shipping companies, it's a little bit more complicated. Have you had a chance to compare with the rates set up by the shipping companies?
No, it really doesn't have any germaneness to this. The germaneness to this is when it comes on, making it easy for the port to calculate the funding and the fees.
Yeah, the reason why I bring that up, there is a germaneness to the issue, because if you were to take a look at the rate books that have been made available to the people, both from Matson and Horizon, there are different rate structures that are for certain types of commodities. You have refrigerated containers that hold, beef, poultry, produce. You have dry good containers that have products of as low a value as, let's say, bottled water, soft drinks. You have certain types of containers that have more high-end type of goods, and it could be luxury type items such as jewelry or electronics. And with that, you could have a container that the total gross value of the product within the container could be, and I'll give you an example, a container of bottled water, gallon-sized bottled water from the United States, and the FOB price for that container of water may be, because it's a very cheap product, about $4,500 for the FOB costs. As a matter of fact, for most folks that know about water, most of the costs that come for water coming into Guam is the transportation costs. There may be other products, and let's say high-yield electronic goods, that the value of the container may be close to $100,000 plus. And I'm wondering, did you take this into consideration, that the impact of $200 or $400 a container, what that impact may be into particular commodities or items that are coming into the island?
No, I didn't, Senator. But one, that would be something that would be very good that we could bring up and discuss. That's why we want to do it in Committee of the Whole. But you did make a really great point about importing water. So if it gets too expensive to import water, then that means it produces local industries, so local businesses can produce water on island. Oh wait, the government has a local water producer. It's called GWA. So we'd be supporting local industry and keeping more money in our economy with that example. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator. I guess it is your belief that if we can increase the cost of a product through increasing the transportation cost, then you believe that that is the best way and the best reason for helping the consumer. So if there can be an inflation to the price of a product coming from off island, and with that, allowing the consumer not the option, the choice for buying the product that may be the most economical, but based on your theory, you're raising the price, and the government of Guam will take that because, again, the government of Guam will be the benefactor of this inflationary cost. Unfortunately, it is my opinion, I disagree with you. The way to help the consumer and help the people of Guam is not by artificially inflating prices, or you may call it artificial or not, but obviously through tampering through the legislative process, tampering the options of people to make choices on what's best for them and how they spend their money. But again, thank you very much for your amendment. It'd be very interesting as we do an analysis of your amendment, since it's been well thought out, and I knew you had it, you came up with this bright idea in the middle of the night. And sometimes a lot of creativity occurs in the middle of the night, and hopefully you had a good glass of wine. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Calvo. I will entertain one other speaker, and then we'll proceed with a recess for tomorrow. A couple of things that I would like to request, please. Senator Rector, if you can work closely with the clerk of the legislature. I understand they are somewhat in need of understanding exactly how this amendment should be presented. The second thing is there have been a request, and I think it will be very helpful in terms of how the information was calculated or how the numbers were calculated. So if you can provide that also to the committee. I will also request from the administration, if by any chance an economist can be made readily available above and beyond Senator Addis's oversight, involvement in terms of the individuals he would like to request be present for consideration tomorrow morning. We can get an economist to also be readily available to respond to other questions. I will entertain Speaker Ben Pangilinan, and then we will recess for the evening. Speaker Pangilinan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I certainly understand how this would work, but I do want to say that if this is how we're going to fund the landfill, then in my opinion, and if the numbers are correct with regards to how much money we're going to generate, then we don't need tipping fees. And so I would make an amendment to add a new section that would say, for as long as these fees are in place, all tipping fees for any user that disposes their waste at a government landfill shall be suspended for as long as these fees remain in place.
Speaker Pangilinan, I will entertain your amendment first thing in the morning.
Okay.
Okay. That being the case, I have requested, please, Senator Bamba, for an economist to be readily available to respond to any economic questions and issues and concerns. Also, if the chief executive, inclusive of yourself, will make the panel members available for tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow morning. And then also, Senator Rector, please, with that additional request. With that, the Committee of the Whole will recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you, Senators.